Yo. Wing 8 is dead. That's right, guys. Wing 8 is dead. Oh, wait, no, it's not. That's obvious bullshit. Wing 8 is alive. We've got some pretty interesting stuff in here as well, actually. Check this out, guys. Check this out. Where's the convergence thing? We fine-tuned these bosses to present a more advanced challenge than in previous convergences, necessitating coordinated efforts from all party members to secure victory. I think, guys, we're going to have some breakers. This feels very good, actually. This is going to be a lot of fun, actually. We're going to have additional breakers added to the game. We already have Umbriel. I like that ArenaNet are doubling down on this. Very, very nice. Yeah, Coden the Breaker. That's a good one, actually. Look, dude, you know, yeah, okay, guys, I'm actually going to say this. Be a little bit careful with that screenshot. I have seen devs get in trouble for less than that, to be honest, okay? Let's chill, yeah? So let's make it very clear that it's a joke if we're going to be sharing that around, okay? It's over. We need convergence.dll now. I mean, yeah, you might do. You might need convergence.dll. Very nice. Trig is done, and not just on Twitch. Oh, man. Stream starting soon? Yep, here we go. Hang on. Boom. We're in the mix. Harder 50-man content. Love to see it. I do love to see it, actually. It's a surprise, but a welcome one, actually, to read that. We're going to be going over this article pretty soon. I need to let my hair dry a little bit first, guys. You know what I'm saying? Also, Trig, thanks for the resub. Trig, ArenaNet Dev. Saras Slayer. And thanks for the Rainbow Light CJ. Appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for doing the Soto video. It was nice to watch. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Yeah, I put a lot of work into that. Definitely planning on making a lot more content like that in the future. If norm mode is harder, surely the CMs are going to be a good challenge. Yeah, I think that could be really exciting. I think that's going to be something to really watch out for. I have to say, they've got my attention with that. And yeah, we'll be going over that in just a moment, of course. Let's take a look at the Soto review. The Soto review. It has 646 likes. People are enjoying it. Yeah. Give me more long videos. Yeah, I'll definitely try to do that. I absolutely will attempt to do that. They are a lot of effort, though, and consume a lot of my time. So, what can I say? Use the Patreon wisely. That's pretty much the best thing I can say there, to be honest. In a moment, no stalling. I mean, there'll be a little bit of stalling, guys. Like, it wouldn't be this stream without a little bit of stalling, right? We have to do that. We've got to make that happen. I've yet to get Umbriel CM on an A. I just failed. Wait, you failed Demon King Gold? Look, honestly, it's worse than I thought. Like, I've actually been hearing a lot of reports of this. Awesomeness has also reported that Demon Knight Gold failed, even in Darren's squad on the NA server. Like, if that's happening, we're in serious trouble. Like, we can't... That's a big problem, guys. Like, we can't be letting Demon Knight fail gold on the NA server. Yeah. This encounter, you will find a strong ally in your Warclaw man, which will aid in this new adventure. We will Warclaw... Wait, did they actually say that? Oh my god, it's over. God. Well, I mean, you know, look, maybe they've learned from World of Warcraft. Maybe it's going to be good. Let's see what we got here. Warclaw, where's... Wait, are you trolling me? Oh, wait, it's convergences. Wait, this is fine. Wait, this is... Wait, what are you talking about? They're talking about the convergence, not the raid. As the tale unfolds, you take up the challenge in this encounter. You will find a strong ally in your war club, which will aid in this new adventure. I mean, again, guys, look. I do want to really say this. Mounts in raids are not necessarily even bad. Again, look at World of Warcraft. They made Tindral, and the mounts in that fight are actually a really good part of it. So mounts in raiding is not inherently bad. Again, like, Blizzard showed us that. So we don't have to worry about it too much. What is this world versus world pending thing? Well, I assume it changes at reset. Yeah. Considering gw2 mounts are awesome, indeed. Think ArenaNet can pull it off, though? I mean, look, in a lot of ways, like, Janthir Wilds actually borrowed some stuff from Dragonflight, I think. So they should just do the same thing. Like, yeah, just fucking yoink that shit. It's time. They're gonna be good. Have you it? What are we talking about? Oh, have I seen this? Yeah, this is interesting, actually. Like, this, in my opinion, is very vindicating. I think you've got to be really careful to not lean into your own biases too much. Because, look, what do we see here? We see that Icebrood Saga Strikes actually did really well. And EOD Strikes did pretty well too, actually, if you look at these, right? Like, EODs did pretty well. Not quite as well as Icebrood Saga, but pretty okay. You know, surprisingly, even Kaineng Overlook did well, right? Kaineng, in fact, oh yeah, Kaineng did really well because of the mount, right? You get the mount from it, right? And then, like, the Harvest Temple did a little bit less well because it's a bit harder, right? But, well, here's... Yeah, I think the really important implementation here, exactly what Nico says. I would actually say that the success of Icebrood Saga and EOD Strikes compared to Soto is for a couple of reasons. I think that Icebrood Saga Strikes are much shorter and more rewarding. And I think most of the EOD Strikes are like that as well, with the exception of Kaineng and Harvest Temple. They're relatively quick fire, I think. I think that really helps them. To be honest, the encounter design is just better as well. Like, let's not beat about the bush here. It is just more fun to do those, I think. But yeah, I think the really big one is just like the way they play out. Like, the daily reset of Icebrood Saga really helps because it makes the LFG much more populated all days of the week. They tried to fix this with, like, daily EOD Strike, right? And daily Soto Strike. They did attempt to fix this, but I think that that doesn't really work because every day you're removing players from the pool, right? People aren't going to do... They're going to do their weekly and then probably not do it for the rest of the week, if that makes any sense. I really, really think, actually, that... yeah, honestly, after looking at this data, I really do think that moving stuff to more daily resets, or at least having daily rewards for stuff like strikes and raids, is a really good idea. To be honest. And I think that the Icebrood Saga Strikes really show that. Also, they're just short as well. I think the strike missions being like 2 to 3 minutes is really good. In fact, I think maybe the only thing that kind of sucks about Icebrood Saga Strikes is that you have to, like, hit the shard, right, to get all your stacks up. You spend more time doing that in the actual strike missions sometimes. But yeah, I think that's good. Weekly is not good. I definitely think... I think a big downfall of raids... Yeah, I completely agree, Telms. Yeah, like, I really think that adding some kind of daily reward structure to raids would really, really help, actually, in my mind. And I think you can really see how the weekly lockout of raids really makes it struggle. Really makes it struggle. You know what's actually funny, as well? Take a look at the Season 1 strike, Old Lion's Court. Do you know why Old Lion's Court is less popular? It's because it's hard. It's actually probably... Is it the hardest normal mode strike? I actually think it might be. It might even be harder. Well, I mean, HT can definitely get you as well, to be honest. It's... I don't know. Like, I've always had... dude, Pugs, like, die to that so often. Like, Pugs get fucking farmed by Old Lion's Court normal mode. Like, they actually get owned by it. So I think that's definitely a factor in there as well, with why it sees a little bit less play. Yeah, it's got some complexity to it. And, yeah, the tanking. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, the tanking really does get people. There are less at-boss LGs during the week because Pugs one everything. That's, yeah. That shouldn't be an issue, but I definitely know what you're saying, yeah. Old Lance Court is also the best strike. I actually think it is one of the best designed strikes they've done. I completely agree with that, actually, Paint. I think it is well designed. It's maybe a little easier than I would, I would like, but it's definitely actually well designed, for sure. Why does Old Lion's Court give less gold than HT and KO, though? Probably an oversight, actually. Like, well, not really an oversight, but they probably didn't think it was harder than the other ones, even though it is. Yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. Ceres and Dagda also give less. Also no as. Yeah, they are less rewarding, actually, aren't they, right? Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh. Core Necro. We're fucked. There's no way I can... Wait, he's got Dagger main hand? Maybe? Yo! You thought you could pick on a helpless guardian? You fool. He plague lands. Is he gonna try and, like, bait me into it? Yoink. Got him. Nice. Even something... Yeah, look. Guys, I was worried because Core Necro was actually kind of scary, but then I saw Dagger main hand and realized that it's free farm. But, oh well. That's how it is. Pumpa! Exactly. We got him. Why do people say COCM is by far the worst strike in the game? I can't agree with that statement when Icebrood Saga and 8th Blade Hideout exists. I don't mind 8th Blade Hideout, honestly. If I'm the guild, so if I'm into frugalism as well. Yes! Boom. There we go. Why do you think Soto strikes were higher than Path of Fire raids? Because Path of Fire raids are kind of hard, to be honest. And also, ooh, I think this is a complex one. Okay, so... By the time Path of Fire came out, the raid scene was already dead. Right? So there weren't any new players going in. And this is actually something that was very noticeable, after Wing 3, actually. This started with Wing 4, I think. It really started with Path of Fire. So, okay. Every single time a Guild Wars 2 raid came out, more and more players were in the experienced category, and less new players existed. Okay? And what this meant is that because there's less of those new players, it became harder and harder to get a group, right? It got harder and harder to get into a new player group. And essentially, there weren't enough players to go around because so many of the players were entrenched in the veteran area. So when they were pugging, they were asking for people who had done a lot of raiding before, who are highly experienced. You didn't have new players funneling in, basically. I think. And yeah, Trig, it's like it's whoever's got the achievement. It's like who's got the achievement for this stuff. Why is Strike 6 CMs in the Icebrood Saga? I assume it's forging steel. I assume is what that is. Because that's technically a strike mission, I think. Cold War and Forging Steel Enjoyers, yes. Cold War, The Breaker. 8th Blade Hideout is the worst piece of content I've ever played, no offense. Wait, really? I actually really don't mind that one. That one is pretty okay, I think. It's got a little puzzle mechanic going on there. You gotta jump over some stuff. I mean, it is buggy. Like, maybe you don't like the fact that it's buggy. I'm with you there. Like, the EOD strikes are ridiculously buggy. And that, that is unfortunate. I'll freely admit that. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. People asking if 200 boss kills is daunting for new players. I get why they do it. It doesn't help getting started on raids and strikes. Yeah, but the thing is that hopefully you might find this interesting. I agree with that, but people express their frustration about the wrong thing. Let me try and explain. So people go, "Oh man, it sucks that all of these players are asking for experience." But that's not really the issue, right? The issue is, and the criticism should be, why aren't there any new player groups? Right? Why are new players not making groups? Why are there no new players joining raids? What's going on here? Right? Where are the new players? Why aren't there any? You know what I mean? And that's the issue with raiding. The issue with raiding is not that experienced players are asking for experienced players to play with. The issue is why are there no new players? Where are they? Why is it only veterans playing raids? Why is there no new players? Right? Yeah. And I think that's kind of the issue. Other raids, we do not keep clearing the same raids for years on end. That actually does help other games, actually. Well, it's actually not that. It's the fact that everyone gets soft resets so often. Basically, like every 6 to 8 months in WoW, you get soft reset, right, in terms of your knowledge, because it's a new raid. It's like 9 new bosses that everyone has to learn, so it's a bit of a soft reset. But I don't think that's actually super relevant. Like, the really big thing is just loads of new players, right? There's like constant new player groups for all this content. Like, people pug ahead of the curve week 1, right? So people who don't have experience, have never done heroic before, or haven't done that heroic raid before, it will be pugged week 1, undergeared by large amounts of WoW players. And bear in mind, guys, week 1 ahead of the curve is significantly harder than any raid in Guild Wars 2. Like, significantly harder. Like, so it's not the difficulty. It's not the game. There's something going on with, like, new player induction, right? Like, new players are struggling to... There just aren't new players who are interested, or new players are not being enabled to make their own groups, like, some way or another, right? Like, that's the situation. Yeah. I can do 30k DPS on Golem, but I can't get past the 50kp LFG groups. You know what's kind of interesting? Is that a lot of the time, I actually think you really can. Like, so, if you go into a group and you okay, let's say there's a Kadim group, right? Let's say there's a Kadim group for Kadim 1 in Path of Fire, right? And you go in there and you say, "Hi guys, I'm ready to do the lamp on my Reaper. I'm ready to blast." Even if you don't have kill proof, the probability of you getting kicked from that group is incredibly low. Is like really, really low. Yeah. A lot of things about getting into content, like getting into raids, getting into PvP, getting into world versus world. A lot of it is social, right? A lot of it is all about how you present yourself, how you communicate with other people. If you go in there, you walk like, you know, you're walking the walk, you're talking the talk, you know, you appear like you know what you're doing, people are going to assume that you know what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, people are going to assume that you actually belong there, in that group. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. I think that's a really great, that's a great way of putting it, actually. That's a great way of putting it, DC Beer. People are not looking to kick you. They're looking for confirmation that you should be in the group, right? I think you're absolutely right. I'm remembering that, actually. That's a really good point. Yeah, you're exactly right. People don't want to kick you. They want to confirm that you are an appropriate member of the group. Very good call. Yeah. I don't want to do new to me fights. The players that already know the fight already don't choose me to kill. For sure, yeah, completely, yeah, 100%, yeah. Difficult for you to find a group and go to it, so from doing it. Yeah, it's because there just aren't that many new players like getting into raids, right? I completely empathize with that. I know exactly what you're saying. Going to Guild Wars 2 after Final Fantasy Dawn Trail content was too hard for them. I mean, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, Guild Wars 2 is pretty easy, so I guess that works. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not a community problem when your subs and mods are telling that guy, he sucks ass. Well, I mean, people should probably be a little bit gentler, but they're also not wrong. Like, 30k DPS on the Golem is not good. It really isn't. Like, most builds are going up to 40,000 DPS right now. So if you're playing a DPS build on the Golem, you should absolutely be kind of getting up to the mid to high 30s, not 30k. But I don't disagree. We should probably be a little gentler with the rhetoric. And also, nobody is kicking you for 30k. Nobody cares. Right? I'm sorry. Like, absolutely nobody cares. Yeah. Yes. Incredible. AFK Hammer Guard, 30k DPS. It's a base build, actually. Very nice. Why should I bother raiding if I don't need gold? Maybe you like it. Maybe you enjoy the gameplay. Maybe you enjoy the content. Only inviting people with 250 plus kills, just that groups without experience aren't capable of clearing it. I guess. No, I don't. Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying now. I think people interpret it that way. Well, it's not that, though. Like, here's the interesting thing, actually. Like, most people who do a lot of raiding in this game, they don't raid for gold or loot or to clear the encounter. They raid for fun, right? And what this means is that you want to play with people who actually give boons and do DPS. And it turns out that, yeah, you do have to set some surprisingly high requirements to make that be the case, right? Like, that's why people do that. Yeah. Like, that's what's going on in that type of situation. But no, it's not a community problem. Because let me tell you this, actually. I'll tell you a little fun meme here. The WoW community is actually a lot more aggressive on this than the Guild Wars 2 community is. And that scene is incredibly alive. But yeah, if you think you're good in WoW, and you kind of get a bit of an ego about it, get a bit entitled about it, people will fucking absolutely destroy you. They will absolutely annihilate you. The Guild Wars 2 community is way more tolerant of like entitlement, right, than the WoW community is. The WoW community is not tolerant of it at all. There's no bullshit there. So no, it's not a community thing. If anything, I actually think that the Guild Wars 2 community could benefit from being a little bit less tolerant of entitled behavior, like the WoW community. The WoW community is pretty good at handling, well, let's say it, toxic casual behavior. The WoW community doesn't really put up with that bullshit, honestly. Like, you will be told to get good, and that's going to be the end of it. We haven't read the news yet, no. WoW punishes you heavily from failure in raids and M+, is what drives it. I definitely agree, yeah. Like, you know, ultimately, community is downstream from the game itself, right? Like, the game's mechanics ultimately influence the culture of the game as well. You're right. But yeah, the point I was bringing up, though, is that a community basically... a community not tolerating entitled behavior is not what makes the community dead. Because again, WoW's community is infinitely more alive and vibrant in the raid and dungeon scene than Guild Wars 2's is, and it's less tolerant of entitled behavior. It's less tolerant of toxic casual behavior than Guild Wars 2. So what I'm trying to point out here is that being basically doing that does not make the scene dead. It really doesn't. Yeah. Don't pub because of the complexity regarding roles. Most emoji of the Holy Trinity is easier to set up each role within Guild, so you need DPS, tank, QDBS, ADBS, heal, lack, etc. for proper raid experience, I would say. You know, I think that definitely is like a bit of a part of it. WoW also has matchmaking and Guild Wars 2 does not. I think that does actually help, but it is worth noting that if you want to do anything above LFR or heroic dungeons, you have to use the LFG. That is half true. To be clear, that is a half-true statement. The moment you want to step foot in, like, actual, like, real shit, you have to use the LFG in WoW. But yeah, I agree. A system like that for, like, entry-level stuff would be really good. Agreed. Not really that difficult. Guild Wars 2 rotation fishing, the difference between 20k and 40k DPS. Yeah, but it can in WoW as well. I think what's, you know, This is actually really interesting. I had this big revelation, guys. Revelation 1992. When people say a rotation is difficult, they're not actually referring to its mechanical complexity. They're actually referring to how difficult it is to memorize, I think. Or how difficult it is to learn, right? They're not talking about how hard it is to actually execute. They're talking about how hard it is to learn. And rotations in WoW are definitely easier to learn. Like, are they easier to execute? I wouldn't say that, actually, to be honest. I definitely wouldn't say that. But they're definitely easier to learn, yeah. That content isn't relevant to the majority of players. I think that's actually not entirely true. Like, I think a lot of people in the game play Mythic Plus. Like, a huge amount of people play Mythic Plus. And, yeah, a lot of people raid as well. Like, a lot of people raid. Yeah. Objectives to discriminate the guilty doesn't. That actually really helps. I think you're absolutely right on this, Shamangari. You know what's really funny? I think that the setup with Guild Wars 2 is it's a tragic tale of irony, in my opinion. So Guild Wars 2 wanted to prevent stuff like item level and Raider IO stuff, but it turns out that not providing that is actually worse. Like, not having a measuring stick to kind of figure out player experience just means that players make their own. And it turns out that players made Killproof and LI, which is a pretty dog shit way of doing it, to be honest. But it's the only way players have, so they're going to take it. I think it's deeply ironic that in a quest to prevent this type of behavior, ArenaNet actually made it far worse than it is in WoW. And I mean, trust me, guys, the requirements, like, WoW is so much easier to get into than Guild Wars 2. I'll freely admit that, okay? And it's a big part of it, fully enough, guys, is because of eye level and Raider IO. Yup, you heard it, guys. It makes it easier to get into than Guild Wars 2. Nice fucking meme. What a backfire. Yeah, it's a huge blunder for sure. Like, a really big blunder. Rented normal heroics and LFR, not M+ and rating. Wait, no, wait, whoa, ooh, I don't think I'd agree with that, actually, September. I would say that LFR is absolutely relevant. It's like, by far the most popular form of rating, as I understand it. Like, and also, I think normal and heroic, yeah, people do play those. Like, certainly, they're kind of, they even made them deliberately more relevant, because, yeah, they were a bit irrelevant in terms of gearing, actually, and until relatively recently, but they've actually made conscious steps to change that, I think. Yeah. Magic Kill in the War Within? Yes, we're playing the War Within. We absolutely are. We love to see it. Like Frostmage's face roll. I mean, I haven't played Frostmage, but I have played Firemage. And Firemage is very simple conceptually, but to actually min-max it is extremely difficult, right? Like, and that in my mind is like kind of the good thing about it, right? It's like, I think anyone could pick up and learn Firemage pretty easily, but the amount of skill expression you have is kind of insane. Like, if you look at what the top players in WoW are capable of pulling off, it is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I am statistically in the top 0.1% of players in Mythic Plus, and we obviously clear cutting edge like raids, right? Like, we do mythic raids every tier. We're not even in the same universe as the best players in the game. Like, if you compare like the Mythic Plus keys we're capable of doing compared to the best players in the world, it's not even remotely close. Like, the skill gap and the output gap, like the performance gap between my team and a team like Echo or a team like Mandatory, it's not even close. It really, really isn't. So, like, it's certainly true that, like, the skill curve is a lot easier in WoW, but it goes just as far, right? If that makes any sense, right? Like, you know, like, because people say this in a way to be somewhat derisive of WoW. People like, and you're kind of doing it here, like. You're kind of doing it here as well. You're implying that skill is less relevant in WoW. That is absolutely not the case. I'm not even sure if you intended to imply that, but that's what your words mean. Your words are saying that. Like, you're saying that skill is less relevant in this game, and that's why people have an easier time with it. That is absolutely not the case. In that, it is no. The skill floor in WoW is ridiculous. It is absolutely insanely high. Yeah. Do I love C++? I mean, I'm not much of a C++ dev, actually, but it is useful in Guild Wars 2. Yes. Ah. What's the high point of Guild Wars 2 so far, in your opinion? For me personally, and honestly, I'm really hoping to try and bring this back, actually. World versus World and HOT. Nothing has topped that for me. Logging on with a 50-man blob from Mystic Builds, my guild, and just doing 12-hour World versus World resets every Friday. Nothing beats that. Nothing has come close to that, in my opinion. The meta was incredibly good. Everyone was fucking super hyped and energized about the game. Everyone was going berserk. Yeah, that was 100% like the high point. How hard is it to get enough gold and why to pay the monthly? So it's pretty easy, actually, as I understand it. Maybe not much fun, but it's not, like, hard or anything. It's fucking good shit. How easy is LFR and WoW exactly? Is it only for finish the story and you're able to jump in? Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, it's absolute piss content. It's so ridiculously easy. They funnily enough, they make, like, They try to make it a little bit harder on the end boss, and like sometimes you'll wipe on a couple of bosses in LFR, but it is very easy. Yo, gw2 tier 1, I appreciate that. Yeah. Getting farmed by Easy from Vabbie. Oh yeah, maybe when it's 2-1 for sure. I hope the open world raid helps peopos find other pews to play with. I think the major issue is the lack of difficulty levels has reduced the number of communities that can form. What's the people to do when raiding communities are higher skill level and what they're looking for? Yeah, for sure. I think you're right. Like not having that entry level difficulty setting has like really it causes a lot of like new players to like bounce off, right? And you see that in WoW, by the way. There's a whole bunch of guilds that do ahead of the curve. They don't do mythic. They just do heroic. And I'm sure there are guilds that raid normal as well, right? Too, and don't really bother with much on heroic. Maybe they clear it once, right, for ahead of the curve, and then just like farm normal and play with each other. And yeah, like that type of thing is really, really useful. Okay, like on the C++ part, all of like a bunch of add-ons for Guild Wars 2 are written in C++. It's not one large issue why people are doing it. It's like 20 others. Oh, okay, I completely agree. Yeah, it's not just one thing. And yes, guys, we are going to read the article together soon. We are going to do it. We're doing the news. It's going to be epic. It's going to be great. I don't have a reason to want to get into it. There's no gear ladder, and because the game does chill content where you farm gold so well. That's interesting, actually. I think that definitely a lot of people do like the vertical progression elements. It's something I actually really dislike about WoW, actually. I don't really want to waste my time, right? Like with this stuff. I just want to go play the game. I have no interest in watching the number go up, really. I just want a game, man. I just want a game. But yeah, I already Rift in Janthea Wilds to get the legendary Spear. Well, it's convergences, so we're good to go in that. Will there be a hype world first for Wing 8? Will you be competing? I mean, we'll see, I guess. But yeah, I'll play. I'm trying to get an actual team together. I'm trying to get people who want to actually play the game. It's very difficult because like. I want to actually do world's first progression properly, not... I don't want to do it messily. Like, certainly from my perspective on my end, both Ceres and HT were incredibly messy because it was like a pug. I just, like, threw people together, like, the day before, and we just YOLO'd it, to be honest. Like, that's not right. That's doing it wrong. It's just not good, honestly. That's just not how it's done. So I'm hoping to do a little bit better next time. Yeah. Fungus... Yeah, I mean, yeah. Dude, it actually is true. Fungus was going really strong, and then Dagda CM literally broke people, and everyone fucking quit the game. Like, I'm not even joking, dude. It's actually true story right there. Unlucky. You hate to see it, guys. Yeah. Yeah, both of them will contribute the same goal reward. Yeah, I think that's such a cool idea. I'm definitely a big fan of that. I like the idea of normalizing the rewards. It's pretty cool. Good idea. Yes. Vertical progression sucks with the super compared to the Giga casuals. Everyone else's experience is better with the vertical prog. I think that's probably fair. Yeah. But yeah, and I think a really big thing for one with the boot camp, I mean, just kind of finished, right? Just finished. Like, so basically we got to... It's actually a really weird scenario, okay? So here's what happened. We got to HTCM. We cleared everything else except HTCM. And then most of the trainees basically came to the conclusion that they didn't want to do it. Which, by the way, is both honest, respectable, and fair. I said, hey guys, if you want to do this, you are going to need to spend time on the golem. You are going to need to grind your mechanics. You are going to need to do footage review. You are going to need to try and actively improve. And to be frank, most of them said, hey, fair enough, I'm not interested in doing that. And that's where the boot camp ended. A couple of success stories did happen. I actually ended up clearing HTCM with Cuss Beans, who was one of the boot camp members. And actually, Heavy Metal Pirate went on to do it as well, actually. He went on to actually progress into the game as well. So 2 of the boot campers ended up going forth to conquer HTCM. But the others were simply, you know, it was, you know, that was it, right? It was fun, obviously, and I think people enjoyed their time, but they were, you know, HTCM was like a bridge too far. It definitely is a step up after KOCM. So I think that's fair. Costume did really well, actually, too. Costume did really well, if I'm being real. Like, this is actually really interesting. I have the video of it somewhere, but Cussbeans actually did Su-1 Phase 2 on her first try. She'd never played the phase ever before, funnily enough. And yeah, like when I did a squad with her with Fungus, and yeah, we actually killed it first try. Raid bosses aren't linear in terms of difficulty. That actually is an added complexity for sure, yeah. You know, okay, here's a thing though, guys. Oh, to go back to the complexity thing, people talked about this a little bit earlier. I actually have to say this. Okay. Making groups in Guild Wars 2 is not as complex as people think it is. It's actually going to be one of the first things I do on the Zero to Hero, actually, is talking about how to make groups and use the commander tag. Like, people have, like... Oh, it's so strange. I'm trying to think of, like, a funny, hilarious quip, real-life example to get the point across here. But... But I don't have one. But people in Guild Wars 2 have elevated making a group to be this kind of, ooh, this is a super big deal. Oh my god. Making a group, only the top 0.1% of the top 0.1% do that. I couldn't possibly do it. Only the mega gamers can do that. But it's bullshit, right? It's literally fanfic. Like, people have written fanfic about making groups in Guild Wars 2, in my opinion. That's just not how it is. It's just wrong. It's incorrect. It's wrong. But people just believe it. Like, they don't stop, you know? I don't know. Can I disagree? Do you? It's literally put people into 2 groups and maybe ask who gives quickness and alacrity and who's healing. That's it. That's like your only job. Like, if you do that, congratulations. You've done the commander. Good job. You've commanded. Well done. Mark players that have quicker lack traits. I like to display a small icon in the squad UI. I mean, that would be nice. I mean, it would work, but not on all classes, right? Because you know, you don't need all the traits to give quickness on Firebrand, right? Figure out when people don't respond. It's not that it's hard. It's annoying, honestly. I mean, yeah, but I mean, you just kind of YOLO it sometimes. It is what it is. If it isn't perfect, then we go, you know? Then we just send it. I think people are a little bit obsessed with making their, you know, oh, I've got to get it right, and if I make a mistake, it's over, and it's over. Like, what's the worst possible case scenario, guys? The worst possible case scenario is maybe one sub doesn't have quickness or something. It's like, okay, well, I mean, they're going to get owned, I guess. Unlucky. But, I mean, you probably still win anyway. Yeah. Very good. You missed the dude. It takes longer than the actual fight. I mean, this is actually not abnormal. I think it's fairly common, actually, for setting up a group to take longer than the actual encounter itself. If it's a strike mission, at least. Like, yeah, if you want to do, let's say, a heroic raid in WoW, like, yeah, it will take a decent chunk of time to get the group set up, right? You need, like, 20 people for it, so it's going to be a little while. Well, I guess you could do it with 10, right? But, you know, you probably want to wait for 20 to get some more items, right? Like, it's going to take a fair old time to kind of get going on this. Don't really have to do the part of asking what class they are. Oh, dude, I'm so torn on this. I'm so torn on this because it's so easy, right? And I don't say that just because I played the game for a long time. It's like, bro, just move people into subs and play the fucking game. It is what it is, right? Like, and if it isn't perfect, then who cares? We blast, you know, we send. Let's go. It's Icebrood Saga 5. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. Like, no one cares. Let's go. People do not take the social contract of it seriously. Leeches and people expect to be carried because they're entitled to play what they want. I think that is true. I think that interacting with the LFG can be annoying. Look, I don't pug. I do not pug anymore, guys, because I've just had so many bad experiences. It's just not fun. I don't pug ever in Guild Wars 2. And because of the community, by the way. I don't pug because of the community. It's people don't respect. People have no respect for people making groups. Like, that's why I don't pug. It's because people have zero respect. Like, they will lie about their experience level. They just want to get into your group. They won't respond to you. They won't talk to you. They won't listen. There's, like, zero respect. Like, and so I just don't engage with pugs. Yeah. It's just not worth doing. To be fair, though, that was specifically for, like, raids. I'd pug strikes. I pug strikes, right? I don't like pugging raids, though. Because, again, it's just... I refuse to pug any content that I can't hard carry, basically. That's, like, my thought process. Like, I'll do any fight where I can just 1v9 on Heal Scourge. So I'll do some raids, like Wing 1, for example. Probably Wing 2 as well. Wing 4 for sure, right? But I don't like pugging Wing 5, 6, and 7 because you just need people to do the mechanics, and I'm not interested in, like, people who are just going to lie about their experience. It's just, I'd rather not, to be honest. I'll pass, no thanks. But yeah, and I'll do strikes, right? Because you can, like, hard 1v9, right? You can completely 1v9 on Heal Scourge, right? For basically every strike mission. So it doesn't matter if people are lying, right? It's just not important. But yeah, in raids, I'm not interested. I actually like pugging, like, Wing 1 and stuff and Bone Skinner because people feed and you get to res everyone with Heal Scourge. It's good. What's Frugal Fire's next objective? Probably getting the Legendary Spear. Pocket on Twitch next to the Prime. So I'm going to do some map completion. And I've also... Gonna show people how to get value out of the tag and stuff. And more strikes? It's raids, not strikes. Yeah, I actually like the public raids. I like the convergences thing. It would have been nice if it was a full open world instance, but it's okay. Yeah. Yo, is Demolish here? Is he actually on the same... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, oh, hang on a minute. Okay, bad news, Demolish. Yeah, the thing is, this account... Well, no. This is normal. This account is on a different world, Demolish. Like, the Zero to Hero is on a different world. It's not the same as my main. That's what's going on. But do not worry. We are actually... No! Oh, fuck. Fungus operations begin very soon. Prepare yourself. Fungus operations incoming. Starting hopefully this week, actually. Fucking spilt water on myself. What an absolute disaster. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Nice. Whoa. Oh shit, I've got to save this guy. No! Ow. Let's get him, boys. Any DPS? Yoink. Ugh. This is bad. This guy's nearly dead, though. Is he going to jump off? I feel like he's going to jump off. Kill him! Get him! Is he dead? No, he's over there. Shoot him! Go, Ranger, go! His point blank shot got reflected. That's, I mean, you hate to see that, guys. ArenaNet filters the graphics when we're taking a screenshot again? Wait, what's wrong with this one? It looks alright, I think. Oh, no, who knows? Maybe you guys are just fucking picky. Fungo is not dead, guys. Project Fungo is incoming. Alright, we're doing the raid news. Let's go. We're doing the raid news, guys. It's time. I've stalled long enough.
Yes?
Also, daily reminder, guys. Daily reminder. Watch the Soto review. Share the Soto review. Demos mid-strat with Zebaneth and Plunix. Let's take a look at this, guys. Zeb and Tenties. Okay, here we go, guys. Demos mid-strat. Oils. Look at all these oils, guys. Here it is. This is Old Scourge before Devouring Darkness even. Wow. That's exciting, guys. Dude, Zeb, another streamer who's just gone. She still plays the game, though, actually. Just doesn't stream. And look at this, guys. Finally some good content. Finally good content. Demos full mid-strat. Incredible. It's like my pugs that we wipe and disband. Look at all these healers. How many healers have they got? They got Heal Firebrand, Heal Tempest, Heal Druid, Heal Renegade as well, maybe. Then like another Heal Firebrand and a Heal Scourge. So there's a lot of healing going on there. So it is what it is. A lot of healers, guys. My brother just got kicked from Wing 4 Demos for playing Scrapper before the fight even begins. Any idea why that would have happened? Almost certainly not communicating in some way. Not stating their role. Not stating, not linking, like, kill proof, for example, or a requirement. Or just not communicating. They absolutely did not get kicked for playing Scrapper. Scrapper is extremely good. Everywhere, actually. Funnily enough, especially on that fight, I feel like. They did not get kicked for that. They almost certainly got kicked for joining on the wrong role. So not giving quickness or not giving alacrity, for example. Or refusing to communicate. Yeah. Got given a DH. No, you didn't. You did not get kicked for playing DH. There's absolutely no shot. Like, nobody, even Dragon Hunter, nobody's kicking for you for that. Only Magras. Magras would kick you for playing DH, but, like, nobody else would. Fastload text glitch. I mean, I'm not using fastload.dll, Joker. I don't use that stuff. Look, guys, I do not use fastload.dll. So I have no idea, guys. I have no idea what you're talking about. That was the comms reasoning. I'm gonna have to really push you on this. I'm gonna need to see a screenshot that it was your kick for playing Scrapper. Otherwise, I don't believe it. I am going to need to see some evidence for that. HP? Wait, it's actually HP. Wait, what? Wait, do these people still play the game? What? Ah! Dude, that's nearly Cone. That's actually crazy, guys. Man, you know what's sad? All the Zoomers in the chat are clueless. They have no idea who HP is. They have no idea of the memes, guys, of this particular guild operation. People are clueless. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Got given playing Core Thief. You know, Core Thief's not even bad, apparently. I think it's a DPS. It's not even bad. Yeah. And you saw that? No, Joker, I'm trolling, bro. Like, I'm saying I don't use fast load, dude. Wink, wink. I would never do that. 42k DPS. 1 billion k DPS. Very nice. All right, it's the article. Are you guys ready? Are you ready to say hello to YouTube? I love YouTube. Plenix here in the chat as well. I owe you my life, Master Plenix. Okay, one quick thing, guys. One quick thing here. Before we get into this article, guys, let's go ahead and watch the Soto review again, guys. Here we go. I'm going to do some React content.
Latest expansion, Secrets of the Obscure.
Wow.
It's been an eventful
Great
couple
intro,
of years
guys.
for ArenaNet
Love to
as
see
a studio, and Secrets of the Obscure is the beginning of an entirely new development strategy,
new development cycle.
Focused on much more frequent yearly expansions at a lower price point and a move away from the previous Living World model, which was based around expansions every few years and then supplementary follow-up content in between. Secrets of the Obscure essentially combined those ideas with an initial expansion content.
Nice voice.
And then
this guy's got a good voice.
Quarterly releases afterwards, leading into another expansion. The reasoning behind this was that the living world was not sustainable.
Not sustainable.
It was given away for
dead.
free to
Game was
existing
fucking
players
dead.
just for logging in, and the model also did not allow ArenaNet to maintain all areas of the game.
Yeah.
The
Raids
end
dead,
result
PvP
is
dead,
that
World
Guild
vs.
Wars 2
World dead.
expansions going forwards are essentially half the content of the previous model, but twice as fast, with a bunch of extra core game
Dude, don't remind me about this. Look at this. Soldiers and cannons also have your damage sponge health pools. Okay. Am I crazy? This is a slight self-report. Even mobs take ages to kill, especially when other players start scaling up them. And this guy says, I went to Inner Nyos and I can't kill mobs. Okay. Janthe Wells might cost more than $5. I mean, it will cost more than $5. That is true. The sponge that is fully a result of the boon system? It's over. It's actually over. Lorcanu in the trenches, fighting the good fight. They don't have many unique stages. True. Okay, this is actually the right answer. I'm not replying to this comment. Lorcanu's done it for me. I suppose I have issues with normal mode. I would say normal mode's maybe a little bit too long, though. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Ah, man. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah. Let's take a look at the music. You know, people really liked... people liked this part, didn't they? Of the... they liked this part of the video. Maybe I should do a full Ceres montage, guys. Do we need that? Do we need, like, a full Ceres montage? You know what I'm saying? Could make that happen. We need, like, a full cutscene. This was pretty decent. We have to get some footage from CM, though, obviously. Roleplay, guy. I mean, look, it's got to have some roleplay in it. It's not going to be Dagda, guys. All right, okay, we're doing the news. Say hello to YouTube, Twitch. Yeah, Darren's has not killed Ceres, and actually, more importantly than that, Darren's has broken to Ceres. He admits he's mentally broken. He is mentally broken, guys. He is. We all know it. Very good stuff. Okay. All right, then. Hello, YouTube. Raids are back. And so are convergences, as it turns out. So let's go ahead and get into it. We are less than a month away from the launch of Janthea Worlds, and while there's plenty to be excited about for the August 20th release, players can also look forward to the newest raid and convergence going live in our first major update in November. Yeah, bear in mind, the raid and convergences are not on the launch of the expansion. Bit unfortunate if you ask me. You know, I'd love to have that there as well. But, you know, you can't have everything, right? You can't have everything in one go. That would just make, you know, that would make no sense. Look, we can complain about having a bit more on launch at a later date. We're not going to get derailed into that today. Again, I feel like I get derailed in every news segment about that, but not today. You will be able to explore a mysterious mountain region. And as you ascend the mountain, you'll face off against opponents who won't go down without a fight. Players will also get to choose how to encounter these fights in either a 50-player convergence event or a 10-player raid wing. Our first new raid in 5 years. It's been a while, hasn't it? It absolutely has. Yeah, I really like this approach here as well. And we kind of talked about this a little bit in the developer interview that we had the other day, actually. But yeah, the big issue that they're trying to solve here is raiding accessibility. Raids are just not accessible in Guild Wars 2 because there's no difficulty setting, right? Like, you only have one stage of difficulty, and that means all players get lumped in together. And honestly, it doesn't work out well. It really, really doesn't. Having this entry point for new players, I think, is essential in kind of allowing these fights to be accessible to essentially as many players as possible. So this is definitely a design that I'm really looking forward to. I also really like the idea to go with a 50-player version, basically. I would have preferred it if it was fully open world, to be honest, like an actual open world map that was like the story of the raid, basically. Or in other words, like the raid would have been like a different version of the open world map to an extent. Like, that would have been really, really cool, and maybe they'll consider that approach in the future. But I think this is good too. To be honest, like, one thing that I do really like about stuff like Dragon's End and Dragon's End, like the big meta events, is, of course, that you get to include more people, right? Of course, like, when I play a raid, I can only play with 10 people, right? But I can bring a huge amount of gamers for something like a convergence, and we can get loads of different maps going, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, I really do remember how exciting it was going into a new Guild Wars 2 expansion, and, you know, everyone's there. Like, everyone from the community is working together. There's loads of people playing together, loads of different squads and commanders going and all trying to complete the map at the same time. So I think that's actually going to be a really exciting part of the expansion. I'm really looking forward to this in particular, actually, like having that open world experience alongside that raid experience too. Our team is currently hard at work developing this new raid. So while we can't share all the details yet, we can provide an overview of what to expect and explain why we're reintroducing raids, along with some insight into what players can hope for in the future. Oh, we're looking deep, huh? And here's the mountain. There you go, guys. Of course, they're not giving much away here. And yeah, I think we will probably hear a lot more closer to release. I hope they hike this up. This is a big deal, right? This is a big deal. Like, right now, we're getting the classic, oh, they're going to show us a picture of a rock to hype up their expansion. But you know what? To be clear, I don't entirely fault them for that right now, because this stuff is obviously in development, right? Like, it's essentially, 4 months away before this is coming out. So it's probably not finalized, right? There's probably a lot of work to do. And as we've seen from stuff like the weapon beta that they do, the spear beta, for example, like, there's probably a whole bunch of, like, placeholder stuff going on. So I don't blame them for not showing that off. I think we can give them a little bit of hell if they don't hype this up, because this is a big deal, right? Like, the Wing 8, the return of raids, everyone's, I think, definitely anticipating this, and I think it's a big deal for the game, right? It's a significant thing to be adding, a significant step that the developers are taking here in reintroducing a system like this back into the game, right? We went to strike missions, then, that didn't exactly work out super well. We're going back to raids. It definitely is a bit of a gamble, I think, but I think it's an intelligent guess, an intelligent gamble, especially with the addition of that open world mode. But let's see what they've got to say about this. The return of raiding. In the past, raids were self-contained instances with their own stories built for 10-player groups. Our goal with the upcoming raid is to allow players to experience the story in a way that works best for them. The raid will be integrated into the main storyline, and players who might be hesitant to join a raid group will be able to enjoy their own personal narrative. The 50-player version is built as a convergence, similar in the structure to those found in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure. So actually, there's actually a lot going on here. This sounds actually better than I was expecting, actually, in terms of how they've done this. So it seems that the raid is going to be in the story, so you'll play through it as in the single-player experience, right? Within the main story. It's going to be part of that main storyline, so we get it. It's going to be the same story, but told in different ways. Across the board, actually. So you can play it as a solo player, you can play it as a convergence, and you can play it as a 10-player raid for all those 3 bosses. And of course, we have the challenge mode and legendary modes coming up a little bit later. Those participating in the 10-player raid will find the story to be more heroic, with a focus on the formidable enemies they face rather than the NPCs involved in the narrative. So to be clear, what they're saying here is that they're kind of cutting out the dialogue, right? They're not going to have all of the story dialogue in the raid, and I think that makes sense. Of course, the bosses, I think, are still going to be showing up in the story, but what's going to be happening here is that you aren't going to have to listen to the entire story every single time you play the raid. That's what they're getting at here, right? So it's going to be like all about getting it done, right? Like, let's get in there, let's pump the bosses down, right? Rather than like listening to the bears talk to you for half an hour, right? So that's probably a good call, I'd say. While there be some differences between the 50-player and 10-player versions, the team has recognized the importance of maintaining a sense of continuity between both experience. We look forward to watching players discover and master these mechanics in each setting. And yeah, that's something that, again, we did talk about, and I'd highly check this out. We had a fantastic interview with Brian Yarrow, and of course, our very own CMCH, and we talked a little bit about the raid and convergences and all that kind of stuff, and we got into a couple of these. I'd highly recommend checking that out. It's going to be on the channel pretty soon, so stay tuned for that one as well. And this makes sense, and this is actually a good sign to me, the fact that they're kind of designing it around it. Like, you can't really have a green circle that people have to stand in, and if you don't, it wipes the entire group in a 50-player raid. That really doesn't make a lot of sense. It's got to be a lot more about coordination, right? It's got to be like, okay, you need to split up into 2 groups, you got to go here, you got to kill the 2 bosses at the same time, or something like that, right? Like, it's that type of mechanic. Like, the 50-player raid is almost certainly going to be focused on surviving, coordination, right? Like working as a team, and less about these kind of puzzle-oriented mechanics that you'd expect from a raid, Sort of like green circles, or, oh, don't stand there, or you get everyone instantly dies. Like, no, like, white mechanics. There's not really, like, white mechanics, right? With all that kind of stuff. We look forward to watching players discover and master these mechanics in each setting. With the introduction of our new raiding calendar, some of you might be wondering if we will continue to create raids in the future. Ooh, that's a big question. The short answer is maybe. Raids require a significant amount of development resources, but only a small subset of players engage with the 10-player group instance content, which is part of the reason it's been 5 years since our last one. The new raid serves as a test to see how we can support raids moving forwards. So yeah, this is actually what I expected. And I think, again, I'm on record saying I did not think Wing 8 was very likely whatsoever, and this is why. Because, yeah, people don't do this stuff, and I think that this is very much an experimental thing. Like, there's some data actually posted to the subreddit quite recently about the engagement level on strike missions. it's not super hot, if we're being honest. And I think that that's why we're seeing this, because I think ArenaNet really want to maintain 10-player content in the same way that they want to maintain Fractals, right? Like, Guild Wars 2, it is an open world game, but it's also an MMO, and people expect certain things. People expect dungeons. People expect some kind of raiding content, right? And Guild Wars 2 certainly is a game that tries to have something for everyone, right? And I think that's what they're really trying to do here. They're trying to find a version of this, a refinement of this that is going to work for a large amount of the player base so that they can actually, develop this, right? They can continue to develop this challenging content while also making it integrated into the story and accessible for players of all kind of experience levels and all just, likes and dislikes, right? Like what players are looking for, what type of experience that players are looking for. To give my opinion on this, I've talked about this a little bit already. I guess a very intelligent development strategy here. If this doesn't do it, I'm going real, guys. If this doesn't do it, we're doomed. To be honest, it ain't looking good. I think there are some changes that, and I'd actually really like to hear them talk about this. Actually, I'd love to hear about stuff like making raids have daily rewards, not just weekly. I think one of the really big problems that raids in particular face right now, as opposed to Icebrood Saga Strikes in particular, is that raids are a weekly lockout. So what happens a lot of the time is that raids are super active on Monday, right? And then the activity drops off a cliff throughout the week as people get their weekly clear and they don't come back. They tried to fix it with the kind of like the daily strike system that they added, but I'm not gonna lie, it's not great. The rewards are pretty mediocre. I actually think that making, repeating this content, kind of like convergences, right, on a daily basis, I think it should probably be pretty good, and incentivize players to do that. And that's not me saying, oh, I just want to get rich farming raids. It also means that players are going to make groups, right? That they'll make groups for raids every single day. Because, like, trust me, people who like raids in this game, oh yeah, they like raids. They grind raids like hell, even if there aren't any rewards. But if you incentivize players to actually do this, they're going to want to keep doing it. They're going to keep farming raids, going crazy, and just creating more groups, and that makes the entire scene a lot more accessible. So I'd actually love to hear their thoughts on kind of reward structures for this stuff and how like all the resets work and so on, because I think that actually is another concern. Like we have the accessibility concern, I think we also have the reward structure concern as well. And I think that is something that did plague strike missions in particular actually as well. Like kind of having this like weird semi-daily, semi-weekly reset. It's like the issues with raids, it's not one thing. It's not just the LFG being a bit scuffed. It's not just the weekly reset. It's not just the accessibility. It is an amalgamation of all of these things. And I do think that ArenaNet needs to address some of these topics if they want to actually make raiding a thing in this game, right? If they continue to develop this. Like, it's not just going to be a simple fix. Like, oh yeah, we'll just make different versions of it. There are other issues that also need to be solved as well. Originally, we attempted to solve the cost problem with raids through strike missions, a new game mode designed to be a bridge between players and raids. This time, instead of trying to give players bridge content in the hope that it leads them to raids, we're just giving them the raid content from the start in the form of those interested really want. Oh my god! Wow! Guys, no shot. ArenaNet figured out what literally every single other MMO was doing since day one. Yeah! Yes! The bridge sucks. It's not a good idea. It never was. It just doesn't make sense. You're essentially reducing the amount of content that appeals to players at different skill levels because, like, essentially you kind of almost like outgrow content to an extent, and most of it isn't accessible to players who don't want to keep climbing up the ladder, right, of difficulty settings, right, for that. And it's just not a good idea. It's just not a good idea, and it reduces the total amount of content in the game, right? If you have difficulty settings, every encounter stays relevant to all players, and it's fun and engaging and accessible for all players. The bridge idea isn't good, especially considering that parts of the bridge are locked to different expansions as well, and they're not in order, by the way, because it kind of goes like, if you were to do like a difficulty curve of all encounters in the game, you'd be like, dashing all over the place. Nope, wasn't a good idea. No, and I'm glad we've moved past that. It's a much better approach, actually. We love to see that. And that's a good point from the chat as well. I think that they started doing this a little bit in Soto, actually, kind of having some instance content mechanics like green circle and stuff popping up in the open world. showing players these mechanics in the convergences will kind of give them a bit of a leg up. You know, funnily enough, I think that in counter design and doing it this way, kind of having the same bosses and the same mechanics pop up a lot, not exactly the same, but like the same type of mechanics pop up, is actually the best way to bridge people, if you want to do that. So you can introduce them to these concepts before they actually are in that situation where they have to execute. It's very important. Players who want a 10-player instance mechanics-heavy version can play that, and the players who prefer a large-scale open-world experience with fewer barriers to entry can also experience the content that way. Wow, good idea. Meanwhile, integrating raid content into the story lets us fit in its development into our annual release schedule. We aim to extend story assets to support raids and gauge players' reactions to raids that have been integrated into the story. I actually think this is one of the really big pain points, actually, of raids in terms of accessibility, is that raids have stories attached to them, and players who don't raid and don't like raiding are not able to access it. And here's the thing. Raid players do like story as well. But I don't think raid players are going to go, oh, it's not a special story just for us, so it's no good. Like, no, I don't think so, actually. I think that players are looking for that immersion, that kind of lore experience as well in the raiding community. So I think this actually does very much suit both of these player bases, in my opinion. Sometime after the raid's release in November, its challenge mode will become available. Additionally, players participating in the 10-player raid can anticipate a legendary mode, offering a highly coveted purple title. Goodness me! Wow. How exciting is that? They're doing the legendary mode, guys. I want to hear some more details on that. And again, I think we're going to hear more of that, because bear in mind, challenge and legendary mode, that's even further away. That's not coming with the raid on launch. That's coming the second quarterly release, right? So we're actually 7 months away from that. Again, I want to see ArenaNet hype this up. Come on, let's go. I want to see some content about this. I definitely want to see some hype. I want to see them, you know, teasing us, saying, oh yeah, you guys are going to get farmed, right? You know, like, let's go. You know what I mean? Let's get some energy around this when that happens. But really cool idea. And, you know, again, mistakes into miracles, right? With the, you know, with the Saros bug. Fantastic stuff. We do love to see that. I actually will quickly respond to the point here. I do think raids having their own standalone side stories actually is really exciting. So I think that's actually a fair criticism there, Jockcock, actually. But I do think this is a fair compromise, in my opinion, regardless of that. But I actually do want to acknowledge that, because I do agree with that. Like, the raids having that ability to dash off from the main story and tell you something kind of crazy, like, you know, going into the Mystic Forge with Kadim, right? Or the Bastion of the Penitent, right? Before that was really relevant, of course. You have that time with Secrets of the Obscure. That was really fun. It was really fun to have that agility within the writing. And maybe, you know, things go really well. Maybe we can actually come back to that Sunday at some point, you know, in the far distant future. But for now, I think this is what we've got. But that's what we got for raids. And again, I am expecting a lot more news than this. And again, definitely take a listen to the dev interview tea time that I did for a couple more little insights, little tidbits of info in that regard. But what's going up next here? Of course, we're talking about convergences, and this is also going to be, again, that raid experience, but a little bit different. And I actually really like what they've done here. Check this out. The Coden cubs huddle closely around the villager's claw, their eyes wide with awe and excitement as he begins to recount a harrowing tale. It's a story of bravery and strategy, in which a band of 50 fearless Tyrians embarked on a daring mission as they ascended the mountain. As the tale unfolds, you take up the challenge in this encounter. You will find a strong ally in your Warclaw mount, which will aid in this new adventure. Yeah, so the Warclaw is going to be part of the convergences. Like, I hope they make it more about the movement. Right, I don't want to be having to, like, use it to kill things, really. I'm okay with, like, using it to CC. I'll take that. But I want to be using my buttons to fight things. As long as it's all about jumping and climbing on stuff, that's hype, in my opinion. Can definitely be pretty cool. But I actually want to say that the concept here is actually really fun. I like this. So they've basically taken the extra effort to make it so that the convergence is almost, like, repeatable, and it makes sense in the lore. Because whenever you're playing this convergence, you're almost like taking part in this recreation of this past event, right? You're participating in the storytelling of the Coden, right? Like, and you're kind of entertaining all the cubs, right, as well. I think that's like a really fun, really sweet little kind of inbuilt immersion factor on, like, oh, how are we fighting this guy again? And I think that also gives them really cool creative license to kind of embellish it, right? Because, you know, it's, you know, the claw is telling this story of bravery and heroism, right? And you know, yeah, it's almost a bit over the top, right? Like, it didn't happen quite like that in the story. That's why it's different, right? That's why it's different to how it happens in the story and how it happens in the raid even, because it's a story. That's not what happened. It's the spin on it. It's a bit of an embellishment of what happened. And you know what? I actually really want to highlight this and give a lot of credit here. This is actually the type of touch that I really appreciate in game design and in storytelling, actually. I really like the decision to do this. Like, when you take something like a convergence or like a raid or a fractal and you give it a lore reason why you're doing it over and over again, just like Fractals of the Mists, I think that's actually really cool. Like, that whole fractal arc culminating in Shattered Observatory, where you find out that all of the fractals are like this infinite loop and none of the people in it are really real whatsoever. That's actually really interesting. I think that makes it makes the game feel better, right? Like, because you know, the game is trying to convince you that it's real, and that's something that I really appreciate. So, I know people don't know me as much of a lore nerd, right? But I am an immersion nerd, and I think stuff like this is actually really cool. Very fun detail. I actually can't wait. I can't wait to see this. This is going to be fun. I think that's actually going to be really fun. Listen closely as the Villager's Claw weaves the narrative. Each encounter promises unexpected challenges and thrilling surprises. During your encounter with these enemies, you might observe a notable shift in difficulty. Oh yeah, here we go. Compared to what you experience in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure. We fine-tuned these bosses to present a more advanced challenge than in previous convergences, necessitating coordinated efforts from all party members to secure victory. Yo! That is actually very hype. One of the things that I'm worried about with Janthea Wilds is a lack of meta event content, because we are, the first map is going to be a bit more chill, a bit more cozy, right? You know, Amnoon, Grothmar, that kind of thing. So we have one big meta event potentially on launch, but it looks like they're actually going to be adding this stuff with convergences as well. And nobody panic. They're not going to make it like mega hard, obviously, and I don't want it to be. Like, open world content should be, doable, right? Very, very doable, I think, without having to do DPS, all this kind of crazy stuff. But I really like the fact that they're actually going to make the encounters have a bit more to them, right? Like, maybe a bit more like Umbriel, right? Rather than the Demon Knight. I think they've really taken feedback on this. I think that's really, really cool. And bear in mind, there are going to be challenge modes for this too. They're talking about the normal here. So the normal mode is probably going to be a bit more juiced up, a little bit spicier. And they're also going to do the challenge mode on top of that as well, which is going to take it further. And I think that's actually a really cool idea. This sounds exciting to me. Yeah, I have to say this does make me a little bit less concerned about kind of like the meta event content in Janthea Wilds. It's, again, this is why I really wish that some of the stuff was on launch as well, to have that like big hit of endgame stuff being added to the game on the launch of the expansion. But yeah, this just means that patch number 1, that first quarter release, is going to be a bit of a banger, guys. Like 3 months after release, in November, we're going to get seriously juiced up, Very, very cool. Looking forward to that. And again, when they're talking about this, they're not going to say everyone's got to do 30k DPS to do the boss. No. It's going to be something like Dragon's End. Oh, the tail's there. You've got to go kill the tail, right? Or break the bar. Or you've got to split into 2 groups to kill 2 mini bosses in an intermission, right? Like, it's going to be that kind of stuff. It's as opposed to convergences now, which are kind of just stack on the boss and wallop it until it dies, with kind of the exception of Umbriel, I would say, who's got a bit more turn with the, the teleportation red circles and the eye mechanic that you've got to not look at. So they're just going to go a bit further. I'm all for that. That sounds really exciting as well. And of course, I'm sure they'll do some tuning as well, right? They're not gonna, if it's like really hard on launch and people are getting absolutely broken by it, okay, then they're not gonna go too crazy. And they're obviously aware of the feedback that stuff like Epoch has and Umbriel as well. So nobody panic. ArenaNet are not gonna, completely wreck us and, ruin everyone. Nobody worry about that. It's gonna be okay, guys. It's gonna be fun. But actually, really looking forward to doing this on launch, actually. We're getting the squad together, okay? We're getting the lads. We're getting the boys together. We're going to be pumping. Pumper! Completing convergences in Guild Wars 2 Janthea Wilds will award players with essences that can be used to craft legendary gear. And yes, these essences will be compatible with the legendary obsidian armor available in the Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure, as well as the new legendary spear and legendary backpack. Ooh, so we can actually get grinding then, actually, as soon as we have that quarterly update then. Essences from Convergence will be rated to Rift Essences with 3 rarities to streamline the rewards. This is honestly a good call. I wish they would... I wish they would make it so essences weren't so inventory heavy. Like, I feel like they just fill up my inventory a lot, and it makes me cry a little bit. But yeah, this is definitely a good call, actually. Keep Soto stuff relevant, of course, because you can funnel it into the new rewards, and vice versa, right? This is going to essentially speed up getting legendary armor, by the way, in terms of the rifting, because of course now you have a double convergence you can do, and convergences are already insane, by the way, in terms of how quickly you can get your legendary armor from Soto. So having 2 of these is going to be very juiced, and I actually like the idea of just consolidating this. This is a good call. We've seen them do this a little bit with like the ancient coins over time, magnetite shards, and so on and so on and so on. So yeah, continuing to kind of consolidate down all these currencies is a very good call, actually, and kind of building reward structures and currencies that are evergreen, right? They're going to keep reusing them. Is a very good idea. And that seems to be where they're going with convergences, by the way. I almost feel like they might want to rename these at some point, because it sounds a bit weird. Like, Convergence in Soto is like a mega rift, but now it's like a bear telling a story. They might have to come up with like some other name for it, maybe, because it looks like convergences are turning into a new game mode, essentially. It's going to be this instance 50-player content. Basically a 50-player raid, which, by the way, I view as incredibly exciting. Many of you probably know I'm a big WoW Classic fan, actually. And one thing that I love about that game is 40-player raiding. Right? It's big, it's epic, it's a clown fiesta. And I think that's something that Guild Wars 2 can actually capture extremely well. It's why I like stuff like Triple Trouble and Dragon's End, Dragon Stand, Chat Garrett, you know? You have that 50-player raid-style experience that I really hope to be captured here as well. Really cool. Big fan, actually. Big fan. Like, the only thing would be better if it was fully open world. You know, like, if it was actually like a fully open with like an actual map that you can zone into and all that kind of stuff, but I guess this is convenient too, so you can make your own squad and get everyone in. And that's it. Oh, look at that. And look, maybe this is the scenario, guys. We've got this waterfall here. Maybe this is the bear telling the story. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, guys, it's pretty cute, isn't it? Look at that little bear. I do like bears, actually. Big fan of cuddly bears. I still have all of my bears from when I was a child. They're very nice. They're very high tier. Looks a bit like Paddington. You know what I'm saying, guys? It's also high quality film, if you ask me. But guys, I hope you're ready to say that I'm converging! Ah! Because that's what we're going to be doing, guys. In Janthir Wilds. We hope you enjoy hearing about some of our post-launch content coming to Guild Wars 2, Janthir Wilds, The Breaker. We'll see you in Tyria. Pre-purchasing, they always say the pre-purchase at the end. It's like, I always get baited about it. Like, that's the end of the article. But no! Buy the game using my referral link. Listen, guys, if this hasn't sold you, then I don't know what will. We've got convergences. We've got raids. We've got bears. What more do you want? But anyway, let me know what you guys think about this, of course. Leave your comments, subscribe, like the video, watch the Secrets of the Obscure review, watch the developer interview, watch every single video, hit the bell for notifications, buy the game using a referral link, watch the stream, follow all of my social media, okay? Give me money on Patreon. Just give me money everywhere, to be honest. Like, just slam it, guys. Like, slam it big time. We love to see them. But anyway, that's going to just about do it for now. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Some really cool news here, I think. And ArenaNet, listen, I'm looking at you. I want to see more. Get me some hype streams. I want to see a hype trailer. Don't make me do it. Don't make me make a hype montage for you. Okay, make some hype montages for these bosses. Yes, let's go. I want some energy on this. Same with all the content, actually. More. I want to see some dev blogs. I want to see some dev interviews. I want to see big content, okay? Anyway, that's it. I'm out. YouTube, boom, we're done. All right, we're out. Very nice. Okay. Release the expansion now. Yes. Speaking of bears, what's this? Oh, yeah. This is good. This actually is really good. Let's go, guys. Are you ready? Look. Oh! Bear Soulless Horror, guys. 900k DPS. Very, very nice, guys. Very, very nice. 500k DPS. This was content, actually. Look, this was actually leaked Janthir Wilds gameplay from the new bear playable profession. Do we have footage of the sun catalyst bug? I'm pretty sure we do, yeah. Mela probably has some. I think Grim has some as well, actually. Yeah, this is bare catalyst, guys. Dude, someone just left a comment saying I went too hard on Cosmic Observatory. That's actually crazy. I'm converging. Will there be specs on Janther? No elite specs, no. You didn't say enough. I should have said more. There's something, I don't know why that's funny to me, but it's very funny to say things like, you know what? I didn't go far enough. I should have I should have said more. Nice. What do you think of Warrior? The Warrior Spear? I mean, it is basic, but it gets the job done. If the tuning's fine, I think it's good. You know, if the tuning's fine, then we're in business. Yeah. More can be said in the ArenaNet roast video. Guys, 2K sub goal, I'll do the ArenaNet roast video. Moving away from elite specs, we might eventually get more value out of core. I think it's quite likely that they'll add new utility skills or core trait lines. And I think they do want core specs to be good because new players don't have elite specs, right? If they just buy the latest expansion. I think they want core specs to be better for sure. So at least as a DPS spec, I'd expect them to try to make core builds pretty okay. There's a few core builds that are decent, especially in PvP. Rework NG turrets. I mean, look, they can do that to crush AFK farmers. Since elite specs aren't coming with expansions for the time, they would do what they can do to core to make it feel better to play without an elite spec. Well, I mean, honestly, not that much because like the whole point of elite specs is that they're basically power creep. So I don't think it's ever really going to feel good, but like they can keep buffing them, I guess. There is that. Yeah. ArenaNet nerf damage modifier traits on elite specs, so they're more important than core specs. That's why core specs would at least work as a DPS rotation. Make a public event where we hunt down and farm AFK farmers. To be honest, we'd actually get banned for that, so we're not doing that. A little bit of trolling here and there is fine. And actually, you know what? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm kind of inclined to agree with ArenaNet on this one. I think it's very unhealthy to like be hunting down other players in the game, even if they're breaking the rules, to be honest. I don't mean that it's toxic to do that. I think it's unhealthy for you. Like, if you're doing that, I don't think that's a good headspace to be in, to be honest. That's not... You don't want to be there, I think. I think the healthy way of engaging with AFK farmers is to kind of point and laugh and make fun of it when they get angry, you know, to be honest. That's what you should do. That is the healthy way, guys. Lacking a third trait line, NG and LE don't. I think what would be really cool, actually, for another expansion, is to add an elite spec trait line, but it's not an elite... Well, it wouldn't be an elite spec, but what I mean is add a trait line that's, like, more designed than normal. In the same way that, like, the spears are a bit above what a normal weapon is, I think it would be really cool to do the same thing with a trait line. So have all of the traits, like, really impactful. Yeah. And that would be really cool. Like, because, you know what? Let me actually simp for Fresh Air again. Isn't Fresh Air just one of the most based talents in the entire game? It single-handedly enables a totally new type of rotation instantly because it exists. Like, you do your entire build is basically oriented around Fresh Air. Like, whenever you play Fresh Air, it completely warps your gameplay just by picking that trait. That is really good. It is just such an unbelievably well-designed trait. Like, imagine if every class in the game had a new trait line, and the Grandmaster traits, all 3 of them were like Fresh Air. Okay? Think about that. So you have 3 Fresh Airs to choose from on every profession. Druid Eclipse, Necrosurgery. Actually, yeah, I really like that type of trait, actually. So, traits that turn your skills into other skills, I think is excellent, actually. It's really, really good. Yeah. Yes. Indeed. Yeah, Harbinger GMs, dude, they feel so bad because they just don't change your gameplay at all. Yes. How to add more player customization options in gameplay without enduring further power creep. I mean, there's probably always going to be a little bit of power creep. It's more about, like, limiting it, I'd say. But, you know, balanced tuning is the way to go. And being willing to rework stuff if it's, like, totally broken as well. Prior rotations feel a lot better than mashing. Well, no, the thing is that, like, ultimately all rotations are priorities, right? Like, that's just what a rotation is to an extent. I think what's really nice about the Fresh Air one, it's just very intuitive, right? It's like very... You could figure it out without looking at any of the numbers. If you know what I mean, right? Like, you don't need to crunch the numbers to figure out what's going to be good to do on Fresh Air Ellie. That is perfect design. And, by the way, guys, bear in mind, Fresh Air Ellie is really hard to get right. If you want to get, like, the really big number, if you want to get to that 45k, 46k number, you have to be very good, right? Like, you have to do it extremely well. You have to execute well, especially on a real encounter, because you're dealing with, like, large AoEs. It's pretty much the perfect rotation design because it's just easy to learn, easy to understand, and hard to master, right? Motivation to Season of the Dragons. Should I wait for next week to do Living Story Season 4 unless next week for Rise of the? Yeah, that sounds like a great way to do it. For sure. Yeah. Sounds like a super good way to do it. And yeah, I mean, the reward is really worth it. Obviously, like, Legendary Amulet is super nice, and you get a lot of gold by doing it too. Actually, you get a lot of gold per hour when you do the Season of the Dragons achievements. It's actually a decent farm at the same time. Some of the traits change the visual of the skills, the effect as well. Like a Dragon Slash is affected by a trait that converts the damage into healing with a wave splash instead. That could be pretty cool, yeah. Like, I was actually talking to someone on the subreddit. I had a really good conversation with them talking about PvP. And I 1,000,000% agree with this. I actually think that abilities changing sometimes is a huge deal. Like, do you know one thing that I've been really memeing on people in PvP? People don't know that my attacks are unblockable. Like, there have been so many times I've been playing against, like, an Engie or a warrior, and they use their block against me, but they don't realize that I have unblockable. Like, dude, unblockable needs to be telegraphed. There are so many times where peepos have essentially made a good play, but the UI has betrayed them, right? They see me running towards them. I'm going to stun them with my Reaper ability, right? Or I'm going to fear them with my Reaper skills. And the peepo raises their shield and tries to block. But my character's like, well, how about fuck you? You know? And I just get them with my unblockable fear, and then they die instantly after that. It's like, well, you know, you hate to see it. But it happens a lot. Like, every game this happens. Because we all don't, the telegraphing sucks. There's like no animation for unblockable, right? There's absolutely like no animation for it. So like a little frogman, like new friend, just dies instantly. Peepo Slayer. You can look at the buff bar? Yeah, but that's shit, right? It's not good. That's really not good, is it? Yeah. Frugal Fighter's next objective. We're going to do Legendary Spear. I actually have a couple of tricks in mind that people are going to really find. I kind of did a little bit of digging around. A little bit of digging around, actually, with the Wizard's Vault and stuff. And man, the Wizard's Vault is insane, guys. I can tell you the plan now, guys. I've got 250 laurels, which is going to get me a huge amount of tier 6 materials. I'm going to be able to pick a gift of might or magic out of my legendary weapon starter kit, which is insane value. I can do the collection as well, and I already have all of my mystic coins, right? I have loads of mystic coins available that I can use to make the gifts and stuff like that. Like, I can pretty much make the legendary spear basically for free because of the Wizard's Vault, just by, like, buying all the stuff in the Wizard's Vault. Yeah. WeCore has solved that problem? True! Isn't it worth more to buy the tier 3, tier 4, and buy the tier 6? I don't think so, because, well, it actually depends. I don't know, it depends. Need to look at the tax. If it has to be, in order for that to be worth it, it would have to be 15% better, basically, to get the tier 6. I actually don't know right now. I'm not keeping track of this stuff. It's kind of close, isn't it? No, it's slightly worse. It's 2 silver worse to do it. So 77 silver times 0.85 is 65. Heavy crafting bag is worth 67.46. So it's 2 silver worse to buy the medium. Well, at least right now. But, you know. Aurora. You know, this is weird. Okay, chat, tell me. Why has this happened? I have never had problem with spirit shards ever. Like, not even once in my entire Guild Wars 2 career. Why? Why is that the case? What do people spend them on? What are people spending these things on? You don't craft much? I mean, I guess I don't, that's true. I don't make ascended gear, actually. You're right. You're right. I don't. I only use spirit shards on legendaries, right? I only use them on legendaries. Nothing else. Yeah. True. That's actually a good point. But surely, though, well, hang on, though. Surely gameplay time is irrelevant, right? Because if you only play for 2 hours a week, then you don't have enough gold to make the legendary, right? Like, to get into a situation where you're actually limited by spirit shards, you either have to swipe or spend them on something that isn't the legendary. Megan Star Gen 3 legendary? Man, I'm honestly way too lazy for that. Like, I don't think people realize how much of a lazy gamer I am. Do you guys know how lazy I am? Well, everyone who plays WoW with me definitely knows, but fucking hell. I'm so much lazier than you guys. I just play the game. I just send it. I just slam it. I'm not messing around with crafting legendaries. Yeah. I think I was saying like 40k shards on my main. I don't know how many actually, but I've got a bunch. Slow and steady. Well, it's weird. Slow and steady, but also not. Like, people... One of the more amusing things that happens is that it's quite common for people to actually accuse me of swiping and cheating in the 0 to hero. Although, I do think I know why now. I think a lot of it comes down to playing on the NA server. I'm not even memeing, guys. It's not even me, like, trolling NA. I think it actually is NA diff a lot of the time. How do you make gold if not selling Gen 3s? Just play the game and, like, sell materials. I just sell materials and, yeah, I do fractals and raids and open world and I converge, I guess. Awesomeness, link the log. Link the Demon Knight failed gold log, awesomeness. Share it with us. Let's do log review. Oh, no. Willbender? Bro, I can't fight that. Wait, is there 2 of them? There is 2 of them, I think. Oh, no, that's a guard. I have to go the other way. You can take him? Nah, Willbender's kind of good. Firebrand is... I feel like Firebrand's one of the worst possible roaming specs. It's not the way to go, if I'm being real. Ah, we're caught. Let's take a look, guys. This is the NA server. Demon Knight. The Breaker. This guy's name is Int. I like that. Int. Funnily enough, second DPS. Very respectable. 31,000. Let's take a look, guys. Awesomeness is 3.6k DPS. This is the highest DPS player on NA. Very interesting. Very interesting. Neuronuts, 9k DPS, mech. Darren's actually exposed 16k DPS. Guys, do you know what? He was probably zooming, man. This is the problem with Darren's, dude. He's probably in there, like, watching anime, looking at chat, playing Guild Wars 2, and also probably multi-boxing or some shit. Like, that's what's going on here. But he's also playing, like, core auto-attack Guardian. That's what the... Very nice. Very nice. Subway says he probably was. He was playing like all the... He plays like these Zoomer games on stream, right? He like zooms at the same time. It's actually wild. Like infinite zooms. Zoom, zoom, zoom. That's what we're doing here. You know what? Allow me to react, guys. What does the Reddit think of this? Let's see what the Reddit thinks. Oh yeah, they like the Rift thing. Yep. Good. Actually, very good call. Very cool. What I gather from this, the raid convergence is basically acting out a tailwind to a crow. What did he press? Yes, it is. That is a good premise. The time cost isn't worth it. The small amount of players to raid. I've been begging for a Pug difficulty raids. 100% raid, I could do it with Pugs. I work weird hours, so to do hard instance content is impossible. I do think, I'm not gonna lie, I do think people overestimate how hard raids really are. I like, you know, that's kind of irrelevant in this case though, right? Like we don't need to, I think we don't need to quibble about that, but I do think people really, it's not as hard as people think. Let's be real here, isn't it? This is actually very bad. Yeah. The boys are dead. Don't you have another helper coming in, though? Maybe there's something we can do with this? They give this guy some stability. Do we go for the Ellie? Let me go for the Ellie, right? Oh, wait. Oh, we need to res! Oh, no. Willbender actually died. Okay, we actually got the kill, though. The DH, putting in the work. Our guy's gonna die, but we can get the rally, I think. We need to just kill this. There we go. Wait, he did rally? Yeah, he rallied. Okay, nice. We did it, guys. You know what's really funny, guys? This is such a classic world versus world moment. Do you see how the Willbender, like, panicked when I jumped on the terrain? Like, no joke, guys. If you find yourself getting ganked, most players don't really know what to do if you start climbing on stuff. Especially in World vs. World. It's very true in PvP as well, a little bit less so. But in World vs. World, people really don't know what to do when you do that. So a little bit of a top tip there. Just climb on stuff. And then you're good to go. But yeah, it's something. Oh, we nearly didn't res this guy. Fuck. Hang on. I got you, dude. Be revived. There we go. Yes. I hate jumping puzzles. I mean, who doesn't? Actually, they're pretty good. I kind of like them. Yes. Alright, let's take a look. I'm on Storm. If climbing those didn't work, I can guarantee you. I mean, it does. It does. You know, some people know what to do, but not everyone does. Alright, let's go. They say that the time cost isn't worth it. 100% can do it with pugs. I work weird hours. Decrease the health and damage of the bosses for an easy mode. Job done. Honestly, I would love that. I would love to see them do this for old content, actually. It would be fantastic. I'd be a huge fan. I think. Like, making raids have a daily reset or, like, a daily reward lockout. And also making a difficulty mode for this. Like, an entry-level mode. Like, just to experience the story and play the content. I think it'll be fantastic. Yeah, it'd be really good. New raids aren't for sure. Definitely not planned for Expat 2025. Since they're waiting to see if it works out. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Oh, this is a good read by Demeth, actually. Yeah, because the fact that we know they're developing the next X-Pack, right? But they don't know if they're doing raids or not. That's very interesting. Although maybe maybe not necessarily. Like, they might be able to... yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's a good point. Convergence will be harder than Soto ones. That's good. This does not mean it's more CC with a healthy sort of AoE clusterfuck and a questionable health pool. There's forced movement to tie it all together again. You know, it's kind of weird, but isn't that kind of, you know, dodge the AoEs, use boons, and move, right? Like, is that really bad if they add that to the game? In your opinion, does Guild Wars 2 affect Guild Wars 3 rating possibility? Wait, I love how this guy's back, by the way. Okay, for those who don't know, Supreme Sausage XXL is a troll who is actually permabanned from my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel. And this guy, all he does is just troll constantly. that's his, like, daily purpose, to be honest. And he kind of went away for a while. He went away for a while, but now he's back, okay? He's back in business, guys. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Yeah. But that's something. Wing 8 brought about... Oh, wait, what do we got? Angels is linking me something. What do we... Okay. Okay, new patch, new bug. Let's see what we've got here. Wait, what am I even looking at here? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what is this? Wait, he like one-shots Treemouth. What? 120 million damage in 1 second. That's good. Very good, very nice. That's based. That is based. Very cool, very cool. Ah. It's unhealthy. There's probably some cathartic about making people lose their color. I mean, I guess so. I mean, like, trolling it can be a little bit funny. But, like, can you imagine just only trolling, though? No, it's like no normal engagement, like only trolling? I don't know. Like, that's, like, I'm not sure if I want to do that, you know? I don't know. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Yeah. Glenna better be at the rate all right. Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, we got to bring Glenna back. That's true. So only one meta and story content will be reused for the raid and the convergence with difference in mechanisms and difficulty.
That's look, cost effective. I hope they don't forget the fun part is not playing the same stuff every time. That's the trade-off, right? I think this is, but I think they're going to make them mechanically different, right? So I think that kind of helps it. But yeah, sure, it's not going to be quite as fresh for sure because it is going to be attached to their main story. So it's going to be the same bosses, the same NPCs and stuff like that. I definitely know what this player's saying. This is fair, but I think again, this is just like. This is just where we're at. Like, do people... Oh. You know, Wooden Potatoes was so based on this. Like, one day, guys, I'm going to ask Wooden Potatoes to actually come on stream so many times he'll eventually give in and do it. Like, man, like, that guy has some really good takes. He has some really fucking good takes, actually. And he was talking on his stream about how people treat ArenaNet like they're Blizzard, right? That they're like a mega studio. And, like, what's going on here? This player is semi-implying that ArenaNet's not trying, almost, right? That they're almost saying, why don't they just make a side story? Why don't they just make a raid, like, poof it out of nothing, right? And make, like, a big thing. It's because ArenaNet is not a big studio. ArenaNet is not Blizzard. It's not, they're not Square, right? And people think they are, which is really interesting. Like, people think that ArenaNet is capable of delivering the same amount of content as like some of these like mega like billion-dollar studios. Very interesting. Yeah. Okay, this is fucking cringe, bro. Watch them. I'm so glad this guy's downvoted. Watch them reuse everything for all content. The whole complete metaverse, the rest of the story is horrible, incredibly lazy. Oh my god, fuck you. Like, oh my god. Listen, guys, I'm an ArenaNet partner. I want to say, I respect all members of the Guild Wars 2 community. I do. I do. I respect the players of this game. I respect the people who post on the Reddit, post on the forums, post in Twitch chat, leave YouTube comments. I respect everyone. But guys, with respect, this comment's fucking stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. I don't even want to know how many hours it takes to make all the open world events map design. They're doing a pretty good job. Yeah, I think so too. Like, you know, I think it kind of speaks, it says a lot actually that people compare ArenaNet to Blizzard. Like, ArenaNet punch above their weight, in my opinion. Guild Wars' entire studio includes janitors, accountants, lawyers, HR. It's smaller than the WoW team in Blizzard. People are delusional. They're asking for ArenaNet to fill 18 hours days. Based. Yes. Crunch. Slave labor. Yes. But yeah, you know, it's really funny. As much as I want to defend the raid community in Guild Wars 2, I feel like I also have to flame them a little bit. I do think people are delusional. I don't think people realize how dead raiding is in this game. Dude, raiding in this game is dead as fuck. And I mean, like, mega dead. Compared to, like, other game modes, I think the only game mode that's, like, comparable to raids in terms of deadness is PvP. PvP probably a bit deader, right, than raids, to be fair, actually. But trust me, it's not looking good. It really, really isn't. And I think people are really delusional about, like, how many people play this stuff. Like, yeah, ArenaNet has to find a solution to this. Like, the power is not in the raiders' hands. Like, raiders seem to think that, they have, like, more influence over the game than they really do. Like, they're a rounding error, right? In terms of the actual player base of Guild Wars 2. I think people actually underestimate how popular Guild Wars 2 is as well, actually. It's probably because of how maps are instanced. Like, you don't, like, see loads of players all at the same time, right? You only see, like, 80 at a time, like, in all the map instances. But a lot of people play this game. Apparently, Sark is giga mode and you can't go down the intermission. Based. I like that. Like, you know, that's looking good for us tomorrow then, huh? I showed chat the huge difference between WoW and Guild Wars and Google Trends that would humble people massively. Yeah, I mean, I know that we need to go in there. We don't need to, like, do dick flexing. I think some of that is just, like, WoW's marketing engine is really good as well. Like, Guild Wars 2's marketing is a lot weaker than WoW's as well. Yeah. Tindril stays in the sky forever. Nice. I like that. Like, you know, billion-dollar studio, by the way, guys. Very nice. And we blame the player base for that? I don't blame the player base for raids being dead, no. But I do get a little bit angry at the player base when people give ArenaNet shit for kind of bending over backwards to cater to them. You know, look, I hate this. Do you know what I hate doing, guys? I hate being forced to almost be the shill that people think I am, okay? But ArenaNet did not have to make Ceres CM. I hope everyone's aware of that, right? They didn't need to do that. That was probably expensive. It probably cost them a lot of money to do that, and it was not necessary, okay, to do that. The only reason they did Ceres CM was probably to kind of throw vets a bit of a bone, and I'm pretty confident that's actually the case as well. It's the same thing with, especially with Legendary mode as well. Like, they just did that to throw people a bone. Same with PvP and, like, doing 2v2 ATs and, like, Tournament of Legends coming back and, like, the weekly AT as well. They didn't have to do that. What expense do they have to make for Ceres CM? Developing and tuning an encounter like that is non-trivial. And devs are expensive. Not all the vets shit on ArenaNet. Well, I'm obviously not criticizing them, but it is something that comes up annoyingly often. Like, the asset reuse thing. Like, when I was doing the Soto review, you know what? I should have gone harder on asset reuse, actually. I should have pushed back against it harder. I had a little segment at the start saying that I don't think it's really a big deal, to be honest. But you know what? I should have gone harder. I should have had an extended segment where I said, actually, this is bullshit. And maybe gone into some of, like, the meta details on why it's bullshit, especially when it comes to stuff like instance content. Like, instance content, guys, is like an... well, it's not an afterthought in this game. Funny enough, it actually isn't, because ArenaNet do think about it, but, like, instance content is really not the main deal of Guild Wars 2. The fact that you get anything like Ceres is kind of like an added bonus. Try to do raids again shows they actually care some of the PvP mode. Yeah, I completely agree, yeah. Like the fact they're even bothering is a sign of good faith in the company. Yeah. Worth the soul reuse assets. But the thing is, every studio does it. Like, WoW does it. Like, they reuse the same animation rigs, like, since fucking vanilla. Like, they do this constantly. It's not bad at all. And yeah, they obviously do, like, new models and stuff like that, and, like, there are new enemies, right, with every expansion, but, like, every company does this. What would be the fucking point in making an asset for one expansion, then, like, never using it again? That's Papega. It isn't as obvious in WoW. I mean, is it though? Like every raid boss has, like, the big enemy that doesn't move that uses, like, the same animation rig. And yeah, they often have some new ones as well, to be fair, like, on top of that. So I guess it's not quite as obvious, but I don't know, whatever. Complain about asset reuse in certain areas. I mean, I think that it's worth acknowledging and worth saying that they could have done a better job by adding a couple of new animation rigs. I think that would have been a really strong thing if they'd done that. But I don't know. I don't think people realize, like, where we're at. I need to do the story of Guild Wars 2. I really do. Guys, 1K sub goal, I'll do the full timeline of Guild Wars 2 video breakdown. I really don't think people realize how close Guild Wars 2 was to shutting down. And I think I need to remind everyone of this. But you need to pay me first, because otherwise I'm going to have a mental breakdown while making the video. Like, people really don't know how close it was.
They really don't. Like, just for a bit of context here, guys, there was a serious conversation going on, like whether to continue Guild Wars 2 or not after Living Story Season 4. We know this because Jessica Price, who was big mad, leaked basically everything when she got fired from the company. Like, she very specifically said she was told to make it an ending. Like, it could end right here, right now. This is it. Like, leave it open-ended, like, to maybe continue it. They weren't totally sure about it, but make it work as an ending. Like, Guild Wars 2 ends right here, right now. I don't know what to tell you. Like, we're not in this universe where, like, ArenaNet can just, like, fuck around and, like, do random shit. No, they actually have to make a game that people play. Right? And that's not hyperbole, guys. Like, if anyone thinks that I'm making stuff up or being hyperbolic, I'd really encourage you to look up what actually happened, specifically on Jessica Price's Twitter. It's probably still there. Someone could probably even link it, actually. Yes. I'm willing to pay for it too if you consider making it. I mean, well, I'll definitely consider making it. I mean, like, it's not something that I guess you could specifically pay for, but I mean, you know, if you're interested, keep subscribing, keep Patreoning, and we'll see. It's on the list. It's on the list! Make a donation goal? I guess, right? She had some views. I mean, she is a character. That's, yeah. Well, she still is. She's not dead, but yeah, it's certainly an interesting, interesting person. If Wing 8 fails, what do you think of for future expansions? More strikes? The thing is, they probably would always want to do something. Like, I know it's tempting to say, if this fails, then that's it. But they're always gonna want to do something like this, right? I don't see a universe where they go, oh yeah, we're never doing squad content ever again. Maybe they'd lean more towards convergences and make them flexible. So, like, they'd scale, right? So you could... Your raid in the new expansion would be a convergence, a 10-man convergence, basically. But I don't know. Like, maybe they do, like, 1 boss per expansion instead of 2, right? Because they're doing 3 now, right? They're doing 3 bosses. I could see them go 2 fractals and 1 strike mission boss or something of that nature instead. So basically just redistribute it. But again, I don't think they'd want to just drop squad content. Because again, you need it. You kind of need it in an MMO. You need it in an MMO. You can't just not have dungeons. You can't just not have, you know, raids or something like that. In your game. Well, guys, I completely agree with you, Lid. I really want to see daily stuff for raids. That would be a huge... honestly, even without anything else, that would be a huge change. Just for, like, group building. Agreed. Confirm fractals. Yeah, there's 1 fractal with the expansion. 0 fractals. Well, look, guys, you're all assuming it's going to be Lonely Tower, but I think they got some really strong feedback, okay? I'm not going to blame you if you don't have much hope for the Fractal. I will admit that. But look, they've got feedback. I think they know what the players want. Let's see if they can do it. I do think, though, resources are a problem. I'm not sure if they can pull off something like Nightmare Fractal again, right? And I think it kind of needs to be Nightmare Fractal. Am I wrong on this? Like, I think it's got to be 3 bosses. At least 2. I'd want 3, but at least 2. With CM, different mechanically on the CM, trash events, pathing, jump, like jumping puzzle stuff, movement in between. They'd have to do that. I think they have to do it. And that's hard. That's very high effort, to be honest. It's not easy to do that. We wouldn't suggest all the different ways for them to monetize with the new expansion. I mean, I actually prefer the monetization a lot. Like, you basically buy the expansion once every year. You basically have like a very cheap sub fee, which I actually really approve of. Yeah. Even the Pirate and Dwarf Fractal follow that format. Dude, the Dwarf Fractal is based. Okay, don't disrespect Deepstone. Deepstone is high tier, bro. You can like do both paths at the same time. Giga Chad. You've got the cool little puzzle in there. It looks really cool. I think the end boss is pretty interesting as well. If Deepstone had a CM, that would be hype. I'd love to see a Deepstone CM, actually. I'm surprised they didn't go with it. I feel like the end boss was perfect to actually have a CM. Siren's Reeve isn't even that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. I don't really like the end boss that much, to be honest. I'm not a huge fan. Ah, Lara is reacting to the Soto review. React content, guys. Like the boss, I don't like the cannon phase. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the cannon phase is a bit annoying. I mean, yeah, that entire segment I'm not a huge fan of, to be honest. Where's the Fractal tier? I was doing a Fractal tier list. And you know what I am going to do, though, guys? I'm going to do Guild Wars 2 expansion tier list. That's going to be content, guys. Full expansion tier list. Very, very nice. Do path tier list? Patch tier list? How can I do... Look, how can I do patch tiers? Do you know how long that would take? Like, every single patch in the game? I mean, well, actually, maybe I could do that. That could actually be kind of interesting to do, because wouldn't I be kind of telling, like, the story of the game as well? Like, every single update? So I'd be going through, like, what happened. For example, couldn't we tell, like, little stories, like, ArenaNet told us that Bitterfrost Frontier was going to have this kind of really dangerous elite area, and then it just didn't? Like, it just didn't have that? You know what you know what I mean? Like, I think that could be maybe interesting. Yeah. Ah, Zagaro, it's been a while. And you remember how Corner Patch actually had so much good stuff? Well, it did. It's just that the map was just, it was just not good, you know? The one rift that's in the bitter cold. That's actually incredibly troll. So you have to, in order to get to it, you have to do the little mini quest there. That's good. Oh no, I'm fucked. It's over. Wait, can I glide away? I think I can. We fucked? This is bad, guys. No! I think we need to actually divert to the left here to get to the tower. Yeah. Because people are following the main group, so I can just run away this way. Very nice. We're in. June 28th, 2022. S+++ tier. Man. What percentage of people do you guys think in the Guild Wars 2 community preferred the game when Solar was the Emperor? %. 90%. 51%. Me. I preferred it. I want it back. Dude, dude, you know, it's actually so funny, right? Because HTCM was so fucking sick. But do you guys realize how bad the June 28th patch was? That patch was so bad that people weren't talking about how sick HTCM was. They were talking about how bad the patch was. It was such a bad patch that people completely ignored one of the best things they ever added to the game and complained about the balance patch instead. Like, that is the ultimate God Emperor move, guys. I'm sorry. Like, that's like the definition of God Emperor. That was his power, yeah. I mean, he was the Emperor. Very nice. Yeah. My Arrakis. No one can comprehend my power. Axe only Firebrand. Staff only Mirage. Shortbow only Renegade. And bear in mind, guys, he said it. He wanted to fully remove attunement swapping from Ellie. He wanted to add, like, single attunement Ellie to the game. Rifle only mech. Yes. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice. Dude, the war... Oh my god. Dude, the bundles and they add no skills. Oh. I completely forgot about that, dude. I actually forgot about that. That was such a wild... I can't believe that he put that in the game. Oh, man, that's good. That's hot, guys. That's very hot. That's good. Very nice. God became the Firebrand. The other two specs were dead. Dragon Hunter. Willbender. Very nice. Let's kill the Veteran Scout. Yeah, I think like a full historical review of the game would be pretty good. Pretty good. Man, do you know how long a full historical review of Guild Wars 2 would be? If I had to guess, it would be like 3 or 4 hours, I think. No, it would. No, I don't think it would be actually. No, that's not true. That's not true. Is it? Is it? I'd have to think about how I would do it. Man, that would be such a good video to make, because I could have an entire chapter just dedicated to Solar. Oh, oh. I could just talk about that. Oh, that'll be good. That'll be good. It's time. Solar. The Breaker. Aina and Solar might hate you. You know, not everyone knows this, guys, but I have been in a voice call with Solar. I spoke to Solar directly. You know the thing is, like, I know that we're kind of shit talking what Solar did, but you know what? Solar is actually kind of based, to be honest. I think his diagnosis of basically every issue the game has was spot on. The solutions I can't really get behind, but I actually really appreciated his communication style. He has a very direct, very jokey communication style, actually, which I really resonated with. I actually, you know, on a personal level, I really enjoyed talking to him. He was no fucking bullshit, like absolutely zero bullshit, and fun to talk to be honest. And he also just changed a lot of stuff. He was like he was prolific, right? He did stuff, right? Which is actually really cool. Didn't really work out, but you know, he made things. Did we get some fucking DPS here, no? Look at this DPS, guys. Actually pumping. Let's go. If only I had my spear here. What's your main firebrand? Well, I mean, that's what I'm playing a lot in World vs. World right now. Yes. But no, he was very correct about a lot of stuff, for sure. Yes. Look, guys, what do you think the probability is that one of the next bosses in Wing 8 is like something the Breaker? Do you think there's any possibility of that? Or, you know, maybe because it's Titans. You know how the Titans in Guild Wars 1 had Latin names? What if they have, like, the Titan's name is, like, the Latin for the Breaker? That's, like, surely they should just add that. Come on. They should do it. Breakus Maximus. Exactly, yeah. Yes. Well, they did get Chuma to say unhinged. They did, actually. Yeah, yo, Static over the Prime. Been a hot minute. How you doing? Well, hey, I'm doing good, my friend. Yeah. Soul Dominator. It's time. Final raid boss, Kadim the Breaker. That would be so good. If they actually did that, would be so good. Because the thing is Kadim is already a breaker. So, like, if they actually made it, like, it's, yeah, somehow Kadim returned. Kadim returned as the Breaker. Or Ceres. Because, look, I'm sorry, guys, Ceres is 100% a breaker. And Umbriel. Umbriel is also a breaker. And Epoch, funnily enough. They're all breakers. We're going to use words. So, on the Guild Wars 2 websites, Unleashed. You guys used to get 7 clovers a month? Well, I mean, you basically get that now. Right? Because you get 20 like, every 3 months, basically. So you get, I guess, one, you know, a little bit less, but you get more in other ways, right? You get, like, the legendary starter kit. You know, you get all the other stuff, too. So it kind of evens out. I think it's easier to get legendaries now than ever before with the Wizard's Vault. The Wizard's Vault is like a big net bonus. Oh yeah, you can get all the weekly clovers too, actually, like from Fractals and stuff. You can get like 1 million of them. Yep. Yes. Yeah. Fractal's raid strikes PvP and Wolves. So yeah, you can, if you play all 3 game modes, you have like infinite clovers, and especially obviously competitive, right? Like I actually have loads of clovers on this character because I'm probably gonna do legendary armor from World versus World on this character eventually, and you can see I've already got, you know, I've done like 5 reward tracks here of the Triumphant Armor boxes. I have to do like 1 million gifts of battle, I guess, too. I better actually swap to gift of battle once I'm done here, because I need to do a gift of battle for the legendary spear. We do the return to for the coins? I will, yeah. I'm a little tired today. I'm actually a little tired and sick today. So I was going to do some 0 to hero today, but I think it's going to be tomorrow instead, because I'm a little tired and sick. I've been really grinding on a lot of stuff currently. The Soto review, I did a lot of like late nights, kind of stressing over it, making sure it's actually good. So I'm not 100% today. So 0 to hero probably starts tomorrow. Maybe I'll like mess around and do the dailies today. When does the non-repetitive World vs. Reward track reset? Oh, never. They're once per account. But they're a really nice bonus if you do them for the first time. It's like a million clovers. Maybe I'll go do the return too soon. Yeah, reward tracks are really fast, yeah. They're really fast, especially when you do the weekly, right? Because the weekly gives you loads of bonus, and so does the daily. I think they should telegraph this better, actually, shouldn't they? I saw someone complaining about this on the subreddit, actually, that they don't get the World versus World potions anymore. You actually do. They just put it in the World versus World dailies. I do think a really nice change actually would be... What do you guys think about this change? I think no matter what game mode you select, you should always get 1 from each game mode, right? So I've got it set to World versus World right now. I think you should always get 1 PvP one and 1 PvE one. No matter what. You only need to do 4, obviously, you know, including the login. That's the hardest one. But I think you should always see the PvP one as well, like have the option to go for it, because I think you can kind of pigeonhole yourself almost a little bit too much, in the same way that you couldn't really do that with the old system, right? Because you could do all the dailies if you wanted to, but like you can really lock yourself in, I guess, right? And I think that you should always see some of them. Not make you choose and give you access to all of them. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could do that, or at least, like, give you some filtering options, or, like, show the ones that you prioritize or something. And we already went. Yeah, I agree. I think it is a common feedback. I'm hoping they do something. Would be nice. There we go. Full PvP daily weekly is fast and easy. Yeah, I think World vs. World and PvP are really easy to do. I think PvP is the easiest even. You play it 1 game, it's done instantly. Very easy to do. But I like World vs. World, so based. World vs. Wizard World and daily gives the raw track. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's built into these. So when you do the weekly and the dailies, you get like a big surge of wizard points, which is pretty cool, I think. Oh shit, let's go in. Let's go in. I put the resistance down. Commander, let's go. It's time, Commander. I'm ready. Is the comm going in? Let's go. It's time. Stand your ground. We're not going in. We're going in. We're not going in. Look at these noobs. They're not standing on tag, huh? Well, they just... Yeah. This is noob stink, guys. I think we really fucked this fight up. If I'm being honest, guys, this really did not... It did not go well. At all. Yeah, we lose. It's because everyone ran in and fed. I think the comm was too passive, though. I think we actually had them on the ropes. I think we were winning that fight, right? But the com didn't commit to it. I think funny enough, I think the plebs were actually correct there by running in and pushing, but the com was afraid. Fear is the mind killer. Exactly. Yeah, I think that was a fear moment. Yeah, I'm running Celestial right now. Yeah. Don't run idiots. That Commando is total no penis idiot. Holy shit. I love the internet, guys. I like... Oh, man. You know, there's a part of me that really wants to get a series set up where you guys just send me recordings of your pugs and I just react to it. Like, I react to your ranked PvP games, or I react to, like, your Fractal pugs or raid pugs. Because, honestly, some of the stuff I see happen... dude, some of the stuff I see on Planix's stream is fucking wild. Okay, when I see, like, Jester and Planix pug their weekly full clear, bro, I don't even know what to tell you. Like, you run away like every time, very nice. The com is based. Get in line or get out. Follow the com unto death. Oh, commander, my commander. Let's go. It is better to die for the commander than to live for yourself. There we go. What am I laughing about? I'm laughing about this guy just going off and just being unhinged. A con can be one of two things. Based or no penis. That's true, actually. That is true. I'm going in. Charge! It's not gonna whisper in me. Expects most of the entertaining content I've ever watched. We do that in Guild Wars 2. Look, I'll tell you what, guys. If you guys are interested in that, if you guys want me to do that, if you have like an absolutely insane experience in PvP or anywhere really, like an open world too, right? Like I'll watch. Okay, enjoy. Why is my arc so weird? Oh, I think I have it on target, but I actually shouldn't because it's a different one for World versus World. That's why. There we go. Let me go ahead and fix that. Yeah, that's why. It's because I have it, like, for the PvE setup, basically, which uses target damage. But that's not what you really want in World versus World, right? What do you actually want for World versus World? Do we want total damage? Or do I want DPS? It's actually interesting. Well, I think per second's probably fine. Yeah, I have it excluding NPCs already. The thing is, I'm not. Total damage is kind of interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's a bit weird though because I feel like total damage it really encourages padding, right? But I guess DPS does as well because those things it only matters. DPS and total damage are the same unless you break combat, so it doesn't matter, does it really? It doesn't matter. You know what? Yeah, I do per second with downs contribution and down states out. So you exclude down states? How do you do that? I got this whisper for spamming the fake pop-up in Sanctum Spirit when I got was daily activity. Wait, what is this? Okay. You're first in a dead and forgotten activity people just do for the daily. Don't be a nuisance and waste people's time. Blocked. Wait, what? It's certain battles you wouldn't like it. Ah, okay, fuck it then. I'm out. Yeah. People are so unhinged, man. Like, it's so funny. NA is the breaker. Guys, I don't think you understand. I will not break to NA. I'm not going to break to NA. NA will break to me. Look, I guarantee you that after Community Month is back, guys. After Jan 31, I am doing Community Month. After I'm done with Community Month, NA will get gold on the Demon Knight. NA will be able to do Epoch Meta. NA will be able to do the new convergences, even though they're harder than Umbriel. NA will also be able to defeat Umbriel. NA will defeat Umbriel. Consistently. That's what's going on here. Let's see where Lara is in the Soto review. Huge flow break to essentially take a break from the story to do essentially semi-unrelated content to fill a green bar before moving on.
This is definitely a common one I've heard with the bar.
It's true, Lara! Admit it!
Yo, Elroy, thank you so much for the
39
months. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Based.
Thank you, Elroy.
I think they should have more side story through books and collections that if you want more...
Exactly. You lot have 2 new expansions. Well, yeah, it's like a new model now. Guild Wars 2 is doing, like, smaller, more frequent ones, right? So you have... We've had Secrets of the Obscure, right? And we've got Janthe was coming up. There's going to be, like, 1 expansion a year now. Yeah. Restart Zero to Hero on NA, or you're admitting defeat. Man, that would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? I'm not sure if it... How could I do it in a fun way? How could I do it in a fun way? I'll think about that. I'll actually give that. I'll give that some legitimate, serious thought because I do think there is something there that should be explored, like how different the EU experience is compared to NA. But I'm not sure if I have a way to do it interestingly right now. 1K Dragon's Ends, guys. I'm gonna do what? Look, okay. 1K Dragon's Ends is dead. 1K Convergences is in, okay? That's what we're doing. 1K Convergences, guys. Yeah, let's go. Let Darren's do it and do something with the guild. But, I mean, I think, you know, Darren's, he'd probably agree that, you know, you can't do it on an A. Like, it will not work on the NA server. EOD maps are deserted. That's so sad to me, but it's so true. I actually think that I have not seen as many people doing Dragon's End, which does make me quite sad, actually. You know, I was thinking how much would the donation... I'm really considering doing, like, a donation goal for, like, the history of Guild Wars 2 video. I think that's not a bad idea. I'm comfortable with doing something like that, actually. That would be within ethical bounds, in my opinion. But the thing is that it would be kind of a lot. If I'm being real, guys, I'd be eyeballing it. I'd say it would... Like, in terms of, like, how hard it would be to do it well, it would probably be, like, at least 4,000. Would it include all game modes? Yes. I'd do, like, the full story. I'd do, like, the full story of the game. The in-game story? No. I mean, like, the meta story. Like, what happened to the game. Like, the history of the game, basically. People who are fine taking longer than 10 minutes for the boss. Oh, yeah, like, blasting that boss is fun, right? Blasting it is a big feels good, man. If you try to educate NA players, they will violently oppose you because they are offended by the idea that another player would dare to comment on any other player's gameplay. I just, look. All of you NA guys, I have to play on NA. I'm going to play on NA a lot, guys, after the expansion. Because I almost can't believe you guys are serious with this. I can't believe what you're saying is true. Like, it's just, surely it can't be that bad. Had the game changed mechanics-wise? Yeah, it would be like the whole story. It would be like the full fucking 2 to 3 hour video essay, right? Yes. You seen the Nios murder? Okay, I admit that shook me, and that motivated Community Month 2. Like, Community Month 2 was absolutely, motivated because the Epoch meta scared me. I was afraid. I absolutely was. Zero to hero, but only skill clicking? Dude, I've seen someone skill click Embodiment of Sin. We have got to respect it. We have to respect it. We absolutely do. To be fair, it was nerfed Embodiment of Sin, though. You admit that we sold Epoch with 5 people selling at 0 gold. I did say that, yes. Yeah. Skill clicking. Nothing wrong with a little bit of skill clicking, guys. We love to see it. Do it developer and apprentices. I would try to do that, but to be honest, I don't think dev interviews would happen. Because I'm not going to lie, some of the stuff that I would ask about, there is no way you'd get an answer. Like, absolutely no shot. That's action camera. Yeah, action camera is not quite the same thing. Action camera is an interesting... yeah, Grim used action camera. He loved it. Action cam fan. Who come out on Crowbar skill clicking? Honestly, based. Play how you want, guys. Jimmy, make an ult for Fungus, by the way. It's time. Fungus operations begin soon. Project Fungo is coming. Vivi's already broken to Project Fungo. Honestly, though, dude, Project Fungo PvP team is actually high tier. Right now, it's going to be me, Brick, Magic Spirit, Luaran. It's going to be good. It's going to and Nico, obviously. It's going to be good content, guys. Nico's polishing his Deadeye, ready to go, ready to snipe people. Yeah. Yo, also Talbar, by the way. Guys, we are... Look, I need you to all kneel. We're in the presence of a legend. The man who took down rank 55, changed the meta with Burn Dragon Hunter, farmed multiple Chak Egg Sacks multi-boxing, Shrek roleplayer, Darth Vader roleplayer. It is Talbar, guys. He had like 8 accounts in Legend in PvP, all Burn Dragon Hunters. The man, the myth, the legend. Big Man Tyrone. Or it was like a Tyrone Lamau, in fact. And of course, guys, the leader of the prestigious PvP guild, Forklift Operators. Not to be confused with Doglift Operators. Yeah, there we go. Doglift Operators. I think we're fucked. It's not looking good. It's over. Forklift main. I mean, that was the name of the guild. The name of the team was Forklift Operators. One of the most powerful PvP teams in the history of Guild Wars 2. Doglift remind me of Dog Wars. What's your number, DC Beer? What's your number for Dog Wars? Chat, what's your number? Action camera is good. I'm a raid CM player in action. Honestly, if there's no action cam, I wouldn't be playing because of the clicking thing. And that's only fair, yeah. Like, I don't have a problem with people using action cam. I think the only thing that I will push people on is that it is a disadvantage to use. It is worse than conventional camera controls. The only thing I'll push back is that sometimes action cam players tend to get offended when you say that, and also or even try to claim the opposite. It's actually superior, and I think that's just misinformation for new players, and that needs to be shut down, obviously. What is this? Jesus Christ. This guy really does not like Dragon Hunter, guys. He doesn't like Dragon Hunter. Oh, man, that's funny. Doglif is the name of your M+ team required to carry Dogaloof. That's actually also true as well. Yeah. Yeah. I was not heard of. Yeah, that's completely fair. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely. I think if you prefer action cam, you should play it. I would always advocate for that at the end of the day. I would never tell someone to not use it. The only time I would tell people to not use it is if they're really struggling. Like, for example, if you play a build like Grenade, any Grenade Engineer build in PvP, action cam is going to make it... It's going to be rough. Let me put it like that. It's just very hard to use certain abilities correctly using action cam. But, you know, it's mostly alright, honestly. Ish. This DH build is actually like an old build. Like the build we were talking about was Burn Dragon Hunter. You can definitely find like the new Dragon Hunter build. It's like a power build on any of the build websites right now. Interesting. Dog. Okay, well then you have Spellbreaker, that's fine. Spellbreaker is good. It's high tier. Let's see, where's Lara in the Soto review?
It's like, hey, we're demons, we're evil. But
yes.
I do agree that, like, it was definitely more interesting when they were a bit creepy, right?
Yes.
I do think that if it was, yeah, exactly, Malenko. I think that if it would have been executed a little bit better, I do think the storyline could have worked. Where I was like, well, actually, the Cryptis is all like about Eparch and stuff.
I'm reacting to her reaction. Actually, I'm kind of Cryptis pilled on this now. No. The Cryptis should have been evil, and Isgaran should have been evil too. Mega twist. He's the end boss. He starts fucking going crazy, and you've got to shut him down. Based. That's the twist. If you want to do the twist, okay, Isgaran being the final bad guy is cool. Yo! That's what I'm talking about. But actually, no, I think the demons not being evil, I think I actually kind of disagree with what I said in the review. I said there's like some version where it could have been good, and that is true actually, but I think even the version where it is good, it's not as good as if it's just demons. They're evil, and they're scary, and they're spooky, and it's fucked up, and it's a terrifying situation, right? No. Cryptis need to be evil. There are no PB Ranger builds in Hardstuck. We're working on that. Well, there actually is, it's just not, it's not public. We're working on that. Still some updates to do. Indeed. Oh, shit. Let's go in. Commander! We should push! Push! Is he going in? Go. It's time. It's time. It's time. Are we going? Okay, the enemy's pushing us. I guess that works too. Dude, this guy does not push. Maybe the other guy was right. No, dude, I got pulled. It's over. We got him. Fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the breaker. Yes. I do not like the Cryptis redemption arc, guys. Paitha betraying us would have been cool, actually. She was, like, just part of, like, the trap luring us in to be feasted on by Eparch. Sarah... Dude, honestly, if Ceres actually came back, even if it was really dumb... Okay, am I wrong on this? Wouldn't that have actually been kind of epic? If they actually did the whole, and Ceres came back, and there's almost, like, no context for it. He just shows up again. I'm down. I'll take that. That sounds pretty good. Very nice. We don't know the demons. Maybe they can come up. That's true. Yeah, maybe they can. Yeah. Ah, wait. What are these logs? Ah, no. Whoa, 900k DPS. Ooh, yo, Jester. Fucking Beast Mastery is 1 million DPS, bro. Have fun with that. It's all working as intended, and I guess that's what the pre-patch is for. I can make a new Ceres. Ooh. Yeah, actually, I kind of like that, Nike. He makes it, he rebuilds him almost. Like, makes, like, a new, like, fucked up version of Ceres. Yo! That's actually content. Bring Tyrion delicacies and Cryptis suck the life out of me. He's mentally drained. Ceres 2, Electric Boogaloo. Pretty much so unbelievably broken. I mean, yeah. I'm not particularly interested in playing it. Like, I don't get the hype around it, really. Like, there's no content. They've removed content. They removed M+. And it's all buggy as well, so it's scuffed. How much health does a Castle Lord have? That's a good question. It's quite a lot, actually. They're pretty tanky, especially when they have the Iron Hide. That's damage reduction, but it's the same as having more health, right? The tuning is ruined. Well, I mean, like, isn't VDH just deleted from the game, basically? Like, VDH is gone. It's over. One Azeroth is timing 15s reliably. Ah! He's probably depleting less when everything's doing like a 10 million DPS. Our Peepo HC sucked at 3.5 minutes. Ah, yeah, so DPS is pretty high then. Seems good. Dude, Lara is barely through the retrospective. This is actually crazy. Actually wild.
You go to the demon world and there's a big war, and then like the story was really short. There's no way they could have like.
Oh, we're going for the backstab.
Really made that feel good.
Here it comes.
That amount of story. Yeah. Honestly, I think that with the amount of time they had, they probably actually like made it work surprisingly well. But you just need. If you're telling a big story like that, you need more than 3 hours.
This fight's getting crazy. It's getting wild, dude. With a very large amount of characters being introduced, only to be underdeveloped or killed, and that gets dialed up to 11.
And it could have worked, but if the scope wasn't as big, right? If you kind of continue the thing from base soda, it might have worked. Same characters, but instead they try to do this really ambitious thing.
The visuals, Frontiers and Last Boss, and Ajavot and Academy. Oh, okay. There was some real potential. It's kind of interesting. Excellent setting of the expansion, but it's not fully capitalized on. It turns out that ArenaNet agree with this criticism and concede that the story they wanted to tell was too big for the expansion in their retrospective.
So they very much know,
future expansions shouldn't suffer from this to the extent as Secrets of the Obscure. So that's good.
Let's go. I believe they got this. Like, they are very much aware of, like, you know, the...
Guys, how do you think Lara's going to react when I start actually going hard on the game?
People have definitely talked about it. To like
How do
you
guys feel about that?
Right, everybody's been talking about this.
Because the thing is, right, like she's basically on like the warm up right now. I don't really start going hard until later. Let's see. She's been lulled into a false sense of security because I've been so nice so far. She doesn't know what's coming. Dude, imagine that would actually be epic. Like Lara says, you know what? You didn't say enough. It's fine though. Look, guys. Lara is unbreakable. Like, you can't break Lara. She was doing not Sarah CM, Epoch CM yesterday, and you know, the group was feeding to it. And she was constantly saying that she actually likes the fight. And that's honestly, that's Giga Chad. That is the true mark of someone who cannot be broken. Look at that. Got a bunch of loot for capping that. Dark Lara. We've never seen Dark Lara, guys. We've never seen that. Have you seen... Wait, has Sneb showed his new overlay yet, by the way? Has he showed this? He has, like, he has a new overlay that shows when he's Dark Sneb. And when he's Light Sneb. Let me see if I can find it. Or if he's shown it yet. Ah, okay, we reveal. Okay. Yeah, okay, yo, Sneb, explain. Well, I guess I can explain it. So check this out, guys. He has a setup where when people put Dark Sneb in the chat or Light Sneb, it pushes a bar at the bottom to the left or to the right. And when one of them is, like, fully charged up, one of the icons is glowing, basically. So, you know, that's when he's fully unleashing. Sneb Light, Sneb Dark. Snemmy. Look at that. Do you guys think this is accurate? Do you think that this is accurate, chat? Think that it's Emmy who is the demon and Sneb is the angel? Embracing gear check, transferring to EU, not sorting subgroups for Dragon's End, flaming casuals for lies, flaming ArenaNet devs for being noobs, killing NALFG, Dark Sneb Rising. You know, it is funny, actually, because I think from Nike's perspective, Sneb is actually a completely unknowing and unwilling Condor Dusk operative. Show the clip. Let's take a look.
Avoided getting hit by the... Oh, I'm putting blind down. I'm dodging out of the traps.
Oh shit, I gotta do this fight. We gotta do this fight first. Then we can juice up. Oh shit. This is bad. Yeah, they're at the top. That's tough. That's definitely tough. Are they pushing us? They kind of are. I'm down to stand and fight there, for sure. The con went up. Do I rally? Oh, I think maybe we should have just pushed immediately. We went into the meat grinder there. That's unfortunate. I was kind of... Yeah, I don't think my damage wasn't really connecting either. There was so much Condi cleanse that none of my Condis were ticking. Let's take a look.
I am cleaving. I am cleaving harder.
He's
and
cleaving.
Harder.
Sneb going for the kill. Wants the DH.
Dragon Hunter. I'm unhinged. What am I doing? Oh, I did not dodge the F1. I knocked him back.
Boom.
Combo. Oh, whoa.
He nearly broke.
Took a lot of damage there.
I got him.
Oh,
Dragon Hunter dead.
Nice.
I'm gonna mow with this guy.
NG in the mix.
No.
Sneb gets Condied. He's Condied.
Damage again.
Yeah, that's the mechanism.
Okay, I'm running away. Running away bravely. I'm running away tactically.
Alright, Snap. We won the mid fight. What do we do now?
I'm looking.
Boom!
That is not what.
Where's, guys, someone get the clip. Where's the Escape Lord clip? Has everyone got that one? But yeah, he,
What we do now? No.
I'm looking.
He dies to falling damage.
Tactically.
Alright, Snap. We won the mid fight. What do we do now?
Boom.
I'm looking.
Let's see. How much did he overkill by? How much damage did he take?
I'm looking.
Oh, that was so. Wait, he took.
I'm looking.
He took 1.9k damage, so he overkilled by 300 there. That is that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Wait. I've decided that all results in PvP mean nothing, so I've stopped caring and I only have fun. Listen, Snab, you say that now, but I think you will break. It's actually a little bit crazy to me that you think that you'll be going to be able to keep that mentality up. I think you'll eventually crumble. I think you're going to crumble. You're going to crumble eventually. Let's have a quick poll, guys. Okay, actually, hang on a minute. Okay, here we go. Guys, if Sneb will eventually break again, put Galago in the chat. If Sneb will not break, Peepo Happy in the chat. Interesting. Now, here's actually an interesting one, guys. If you guys think I would break to NA PvP, put Galago in the chat again. Let's see what you guys think. Okay, let's go one more, guys. If you guys think that NA will break me during NA Community Month, put Galago in the chat. Man, we're not getting anything done versus that, actually. That's just not going to work. But the thing is, some of you guys probably think that Project Fungo won't survive. So I'm not sure if you guys know what you're talking about, because Project Fungo is locked in. Project Fungo is logged in, guys. I will never break on my PvP arc. Let's see what we got here.
A good night.
Fucking ad. Okay. I have to wait for the ad. What's even an ad for? Yeah. That's a good call, actually. Yeah, fresh air. Very nice. Oh, we're building ACs. No, let's go. Maybe Fungo should play on NA. Yeah, maybe. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at this. Oh, we need to go back a bit to see this. Okay. So why this clip?
Come to me.
Okay, we're going in. Yep. Wait.
Nice.
Why is this relevant?
Rank 25, let's go.
Gold! Dude, promoted to gold. There it is. We are literally promoted into gold. 31 rating. It was a random timestamp. Wow. Go anywhere in the VOD. Let's see if we can find like a lunatic game.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Yeah. That's
oh, come back? Come back? Maybe? Come back?
Got obliterated.
Oh, okay. No, come back. Unlucky.
Probably the Scrapper.
Scrapper, yeah.
No. Oh, wait, no, you won, actually. Oh, I thought you were blue. Oh, no, you won. Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
Let's continue.
No,
Do we win this game as well? Oh, yeah, we win. Wait, you just keep winning. Man, I feel like Duo Q is... You know what's really good? I feel like Duo Q with support is so good in this current meta, actually. Like, if you Duo Q and you have one player playing like a DPS or something, or I guess any role maybe, and then the other player plays support, that feels so good to me, actually. If you go like Necro Chrono and just like dominate every single team fight, that's gotta be good. I guess support is a little bit RNG though. Like if you have a team that like does nothing, then you also do nothing. But still.
Drinjot was arguing duo queue was objectively worse than solo queue. Oh, well, okay. So I think, hang on though, like there is some complexity though. Like if you're duo queued with 2 very highly rated players, that can be problematic. Okay, now that's a different conversation though, right? And duo queue, and it depends what context. It depends on the context, right? Like statistically, yeah, duo queue lowers your win rate for most players. So I'd have to actually, you know, ask about what the context is of this. Don't think we can really engage this group, can we? They seem to be quite organized. Doing the Gromon or Smurf is busted. Well, of course, yeah. Like, the issue is if you have 2 very highly rated players, then you're going to have, like, giga peepos on your team, right? And because the matchmaker's going to try and make it balanced, right? So you're going to have omega frogmen on your team, and it might be, like, a couple of good players on the enemy team, and then you just can't win. So it's there's definitely some situations where duo queue can really work against you with the low population. I imagine that's potentially very dangerous on the NA server. Would Sneb win more games with the average person? Oh, yeah. In that context, yes, that is correct, yes. For normal players, duo queuing is a win rate decrease, objectively, yes. Well, we even know this. Like, Ben confirmed this. Ben P confirmed this, guys. The average win rate for duo queues is lower than the solo queue. Ben fully confirmed this. Like, this is, like, from the lion's mouth, from the devs. That is confirmed. Yes. And I'll explain why as well. So, if you solo queue, there are 4 slots on your team, right, that could have random players on. And if you're an average player, that means that it's entirely possible that one of those 4 people is going to be a very highly rated player or a highly rated duo queue that will hard carry your game and win the game for you. When you duo queue, you actually reduce the probability of that happening significantly. Like, it's a big decrease. And that's why you have this low win rate, because you're just way less likely to get carried if you're duo queuing. So yes, duo queue for most players is a strict win rate reduction. It is worse to duo queue for most players, because most players can't carry, and when you duo queue, you reduce the probability of having a player on your team who can carry. So yes, that is true. The kind of people that duo queue tend to be not the best as well, probably. Well, I think there's a wide range of you know, skill players that duo queue. It's just that, like, duo queue only is going to bump up your win rate if you're capable of carrying matches. Duo queue, the legend teammate who's on his Smurf account. Yeah, that's actually a real key part of match manipulation that goes on right now, Nike, is that what people do is that they auto log out for, like, a bunch of games to downgrade their account to silver. Then you duo queue with someone's main, and you get ridiculously easy games, and you go, like, you know, 90-0 by doing that, essentially. It's kind of indirect win trading, basically. You're kind of throwing someone else's game to get an easier game on your main account. So it's indirect win trading, basically. That's actually very common. I really think, I think there's an easy fix for this. I'm pretty sure ArenaNet just need to make the dishonor timer ramp up very aggressively and also have a bit of a memory. Like, if a player is leaving 3 games every single day, it should automatically be dishonoring you for, like, a week or even a month, right? The system is not doing a very good job of preventing people from abusing it. The PvP system is currently extremely abusable, and a big part of that is because the dishonor timer doesn't go up nearly fast enough, and it doesn't have a memory either. You know, if you, like, leave a couple of games every day, it's not going to punish you. People D-rank accounts to sell extremely low MMR accounts. Yeah, it's always going to be an issue, right? But you have to try and mitigate it, I presume. You can't duel with someone that's rated 300 points lower than you. Do we really want that, though? Wouldn't that be kind of shitty? Because I think that type of duo queue is only an issue, like, if it's illegitimate, right? like, I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, Grim duoing with Sneb. That's not a problem, right? Like, there's no universe in my mind where that's actually an issue. The issue is if Grim deranks his account to silver on purpose and then duo queues with Sneb to boost him. That is where you have a problem. Also, yo, Jimmy, are you still here? What is up with comms making, like, 6-player subgroups sometimes? I've seen this. I see people do this consistently in open world PvE and in world versus world. People are consistently making, like, 6-player subs. What's going on here? Do you guys see this as well? This is crazy. How will the system differentiate between disconnects? It doesn't. I would actually go this far. If your connection isn't stable and you've been disconnecting in, like, multiple games every day, the game should remove you. Yes. I know that sounds a bit unfair, but you should not be queuing for ranked PvP if your internet is on and off all day. On a new account? I mean, to talk with this, I would say if Grim, like, made a new account every single day to play with Sneb, that would be bad conduct. But playing on an alt is not a problem, as long as you don't manipulate the rating on that account. Everyone has to start somewhere, right? Like, let's say that Grim takes a 1-year break, right? His MMR will have reset, basically. Is he smurfing by playing on his main? Of course not, right? Like, he's just coming back to the game. Like, his rating's reset, so it's going to be scuffed, but that's not a problem. That's not an inherent problem. It's only an issue if he's doing it in a way to deliberately abuse the system. So if he was, again, making a new account every day to queue, then that would be inappropriate behavior. But if it was like, oh, I'm going to play on an alt and play with some friends, that's a non-issue. Grim placed like 1400 rating by playing with me. I was like 1300 rating. I think it was pretty accurate for us as a duo. But that's not true, though, because Grim is... That has not captured Grim's rating. Like, Grim's rating on his main is probably closer to 1700. And 300 elo difference is absolutely insane. That's, like, a massive win rate differential. Like, obviously, like, the rating will eventually get, like, sorted out at that point. But, yeah. Oh, is alt rating reflects as a duo? That's what I mean. Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Entire matchmaking and elo system at this point. It's not working. It's a horrible experience for everyone. Every time I played ranked, last day's legendary rating, I came to gold 1 players prime time. I wasn't giga mad about it, and match chat and well as well. It happens every game because it's not fun. It's not fun for them, right? Like, I think it's really important to actually note that this hurts everyone. Like, it's not fun for Zintrax to play against a gold 1 player in the same way it's not fun for a gold 1 player to play against Zintrax. Like, everyone's losing here, to be honest. Like, nobody's having fun. Yeah. I mean, population is what you need, right? You just need to crank more people. You need more people in the game mode at the end of the day. That's what you need. More gamers. $2v5 for +2 rating. Nice. +2. That's good. That's a good one. Have fun with that, guys. Z. You dare put Z in the chat? Don't let this distract you from the fact that, I believe MSC tried to pug 17 aldermen. What? How many times? Like 19 times, did you say? And you depleted every single time. Don't let any of this distract you from that, guys. He depleted 17 aldermen 19 times. Oh, Neltharis. Okay. Never mind. Wait, what the hell is this? Incoming call. It's from the goose. Yo.
Hello.
What's going on?
I'm PvP.
Wait, what? What about PvP?
Here's my take.
Yep.
PvP is absolutely not very fun.
Okay.
Unless you're playing with someone else. I actually think that duo queue is pretty enjoyable, and it wouldn't really matter who it is. But just the fact that you actually can like try to play the game mode, that's fun.
Yeah.
I don't really care if I lose that, because at least I knew that one person on my team was actually trying to win.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But when you play solo, sometimes you have 4 people who, they were just there for the snacks, the rewards. They weren't actually trying to do anything, and it's not very fun. Yeah, I enjoyed playing the other day. It was, and then I actually did a solo queue after, and the game was pretty good. We ended up winning that one. Yeah, it was overall better. I had to take a break, but feel better about it now.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
So you've unbroken. Okay, you know what? Lay it on me. You claim that I'm going to break to NA. Explain why.
You will absolutely break to NA. It's the pure apathy that will mentally destroy you. It's graded on every streamer and raid player and PvP player on NA for years, and now we are so numb to it, like we forget what actual excitement looks like from people trying to learn.
Yeah.
The apathy is insane. You will go, like, think about it. This happened like 2 weeks ago. I went into map and I said, all right, I have a squad full of boons, and somebody said boons do not matter. And then they were like really annoying, so I left.
Yeah.
This is gonna happen a lot, where people will just be like, I don't care about that, I'm not going to listen to you, and you're gonna be like, but, and they're gonna be like, no, I reject all sanity. Yep, it will break you. It's like you'll. The reason it will break you, people are gonna clip this probably, but the reason it will break you is because you'll have a sliver of hope, and they will shatter it. You'll have just this tiny morsel of hope that you can change it, and they'll dangle it in front of you like an anglerfish, and then the apathy will engulf you, swallow you whole.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. NA has been described by some people as a desolate wasteland devoid of all hope. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that description?
In some ways, yes. Look, people, obviously you can still play the game on NA and it's still good and whatever. What I'm specifically saying is that if you go and you try to change the behavior of people on NA, you're fighting a very big losing battle. Like, you will fail. They like the way it is, and they will not change. There's only a very small subsection of people who will actively be trying to improve. And I say this as somebody who has had multiple people DM me after they've played the game for a while, and they're like, yeah, I ended up quitting the game and going to play insert other MMO here because I got to be like one of the best players on every map. And it took me like an hour. And then I realized that I was essentially playing alone. And so I quit. Like, it's infested. It's a bit of a problem. The people are nice. I'm not even critiquing whether or not people are nice or anything. It's simply this attitude of not really caring about performance. And Teapot's goal is to go and try to get people to somewhat care about performance. They will not care about performance. It is not going to happen. The culture is such that you show up on your 17 alt accounts, put down a bunch of minions, and kill the boss.
Interesting. I'm just going to say it. I'm actually going to talk big. I'm going to talk big. I think I will be able to save NA. I will get NA to do DPS.
Well, here's what we need to do as a community to give Teapot the true experience. You need to realize that there are like a few communities on NA that basically take all of the good players for every meta. like Darren's train is the Giga train, right? Like if you follow Darren's, you will.
But here's the thing: Darren's failed Demon Knight gold. Awesomeness posted the log. I've got the logs.
I know.
We can show it.
What I'm saying.
We can show it live.
Even Darren's gets like the extreme leeching, right? Like it's. I'm telling you, there's just a few groups of people that actually try, and even they will struggle sometimes, right? So what you need to do is not join the try-hard groups, and you'll soon find that it's just a total lottery ticket if you'll be able to do some of the difficult content. Total lottery ticket. Will you have enough people on the map that actually have gear on? Like that is the question. It's a serious question. I don't know why you're laughing. Like,
wait,
will they have trinkets equipped?
Have you seen this?
That is a real question.
Is this true, Linker? Darren just started banning people from joining his squad because of DPS. He started banning people.
Oh, that's good.
What do you think about that, Snap? He does not let them in. Yeah, I know that Sloth also has a blacklist for Dragon's End, I think. Like, I think there are some comms that do this. They do not let people in. Some people are not allowed to join.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about this, if you went to hike a mountain, you had this like hiking group, and you had one person that they had a backpack full of bricks, and they couldn't carry it. And they asked you to carry it every time you went hiking. Eventually, you would stop them from hiking with you, right? Such is the same in Guild Wars 2. If you have one person who's literally doing nothing every single time, and there's a difference between being a new player like this, right? Like you're new, you're figuring it out, and then somebody who actively joins your squad and does nothing every single time for like weeks. Eventually, you have to stop asking them to play with you. Like, this is just, it's just insanity to allow this to occur. And the reason it's insanity is because it doesn't take that much to be like semi-competent, right? We're talking put on full berserker gear and let your mech do half the damage and press rifle 1, right? Like that's the level of engagement we're asking. But people do not do that, and they just have no impact. It's wild. I wish that I could get like some gameplay footage of people who are doing less than 5k DPS in my convergence runs. I need to know, right? I want to know what they're doing, because they come in and they join very confident. They're like, yes, DPS. And I'm like, sick. I'm going to put you in this subgroup with full boons. And they have full boons and they do nothing. Like, what is happening? This is where the bar would be full dark snap, right?
Yeah.
It would be.
I think that I want to take this... I don't know, maybe I'm coping, but I really want to go on this arc where we try to actually measure people's contributions. And not in the toxic way, in the opposite way, actually. I feel really inspired, actually, by... Okay, I am actually inspired and emboldened by doing that epoch on NA. And do you know why, Sneb?
Really?
Yeah, I am. Because me, Awesomeness, Grim was there, Cat was there. I think a couple of other people were there as well. The 5 of us, or 6 of us, I think, absolutely carried that epoch event. Like, if we weren't there, that fails every single time. Right? Yeah, Awesomeness was there too. Like, without us, there is a 100% chance that would have failed. And no, I'm not going down the carry angle here. I think that... I think we've talked about this before a little bit, Sneb, right? I think that people think that their contribution doesn't matter. Right? And that's a motivator for being apathetic. It's a motivator for not trying.
But they're right. That's the problem.
Well, no, they're wrong.
Right.
No, that's the thing.
No, listen.
I think they're wrong.
They're kind of right. No, the problem is that the game reinforces this all the time. It validates that they're right. It's like, look, Teapot, I gotta send you a clip. Oh, I I created a level 2 Sylvari. I took the racial healing skill. It's like some seed, right? Because, you know, we're all obsessed with trees here, right? I go seed of life or whatever, and then it puts 1 second of regen on this NPC who hit something one time. Gold rewards.
Yeah.
Gold medal. Full rewards.
Well, that's why I want. The thing is, that's why I want to. That's why I want to look a little bit deeper, though. That's why I want to actually start talking about DPS, right? Looking at DPS meters, right? And saying, look, you know, your contribution is actually really important, right? Like, you know, if you have a couple of people, you and a couple of friends, you can 100% swing the result, right? And I want to show the numbers. I want to show people the data on this because you can.
But they don't care because the thing will die most of the time anyway.
But that's until it doesn't, though. Until it doesn't. Right? That's the thing. Until
then they just stop doing it and go get gold somewhere else. Like that's
I mean, people are mad when Epoch fails, though, right? And when Umbriel fails. I mean, look, have you not seen like the weak?
No. But the people that are mad are the ones that are actually going to do something about it. The people that like put in no effort, they're just like, huh, this is really hard. I'm going to go somewhere else. And then they just like waypoint and AFK somewhere else.
Well, the regular sub. Also the prime. I mean, okay, I definitely know what you're saying, but surely we should, you know, we can try to inspire some people, right? Like Umbriel, do you not see the weekly Umbriel posts now? People are, they are breaking.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we can.
They're breaking. I think we need, I think people feel, thing is though, I think people feel helpless, Sneb. That's the thing. I think people genuinely feel helpless.
You will reach some of them. Well, okay. Well, part of it is who feels helpless because there's actually a lot of help out there, but people reject the help.
Well, no, I think the people who are mad and are frustrated, they think there's nothing they can do. That's why they say nerf it. They think that there's nothing that they can do to influence the outcome of the encounter. And I definitely get it because obviously, you know, like being 1 or 2 players out of 50, that doesn't sound like good odds. But I think people don't realize that even if you're only a couple of players, you can make a really big difference in an encounter. Like you can make a huge difference.
Yeah, if you have 10 very good people, you can probably mostly carry like Eparch or whatever, but I don't know. I just find it very fruitless. That's the thing. Is like I can beg people to improve, but all it does is give me a bunch of headache of people being like rude about it, you know?
This is fascinating, Sneb. I just been sent a log. Soul Beast 1.5k DPS, 1k DPS, 700 Blade Sworn
0 DPS.
0 DPS Reaper. 200 DPS.
Steven.
200 DPS Blade Sworn, 300 DPS, like a 500 DPS Willbender.
Wow.
2k DPS Weaver. This is fucking wild. These numbers are fucking wild, dude. What's going on here? But do you know what? You know what? Let me actually flip. Let me flip this on you here a little bit. I think this log is actually the perfect example of what I'm talking about, no? Because you know what? Do you know why this event succeeded? Because I scroll up to the top, and what do I see? I see 32k DPS Vert, 25k DPS Tempest, 22k DPS Berserker. Oh, DPS Druid, 15k DPS Druid. Reaper, 15k.
Gosh, we're repeating the same conversation we had like 2 years ago. Remember when I said, yeah, but it's not fun carrying people. What you're trying to do is say, people, I know that things are really bad. I know that there are 0 DPS Reapers in the group. Yeah. But if just 10 of you will carry the map, then things will work.
Yeah.
You're just telling people to carry. Like, it's the same conversation. And the problem is that does work. But at some point, there's this thing that awakens in people, right? They go, holy crap. I'm doing all the work. And these 40 other people are doing nothing. And then they sit there and they go, I don't know if I'm okay with that. And then they start to get a bit frustrated by it because they're like, wait a second. If everybody did like half of what I'm doing, then we'd kill this boss like 6 minutes faster. Wait a second. That's not really that fun. Why am I doing all the work? And then they go through this like insane cognitive experience where they realize just how painful it is that they're doing almost all of the impact.
Man, dude, I'm going to say this. Shout out to this vert, by the way. Dude, do you see this, Seb? This vert slammed the Condivert rotation for 15 minutes straight. That's actually based. Holy shit. What a Giga Chad. Who is this guy? Like, he actually just fucking...
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
Like, he just slammed the rotation
that is extremely,
for 15 minutes.
That is extremely
straight.
Giga Chad, but not sustainable. Oh, dude, the reason that I don't like Eparch is because I do the same thing. I slammed the Scrapper rotation for 15 minutes straight, like 11 times in a row. And I swear I got carpal tunnel after. My wrist hurts so freaking bad. And you know what? I wouldn't have to experience that carpal tunnel if the 45 players around me actually did anything, right?
He was playing Powervert as well. Yo, that's even more based, actually. Holy shit.
That is Giga Chad.
That is even more Giga Chad.
The idea of being able to contribute and making sure that maps pass is a very positive thing. The problem is that it's just not a sustainable tactic. You can't go around and be like, oh yeah, everybody, we should all just carry everyone that sucks. Like, no, that's not going to work eventually. Eventually, people are going to be like, well, if no one else is trying, then why don't I just not try? Like, that is the curse and the plague of apathy, right? It's so tough to overcome. It's so tough. Because, like, the second you fail Demon Knight, and you look around and you go, what the heck, man? Like, I just blasted my Condivert rotation for 20 minutes. What happened to all of you? Then you look at the log and you're like, wow, everyone was just apathetic and waiting for it to just die. Like, the problem is like very deep, very deep. I can't wait till you break to NA.
I will never
it's
break. It's
actually insane. It's insane. Like, playing on EU. Here is like the perfect example of NA versus EU. I swapped to EU for a while and was just doing like metas because it was just more convenient for me, like during the day or whatever. And so I was doing that for a while, and I was able to get like Ooze Pit and then go to Death Branded Shatterer. Okay, and I would go to Death Branded Shatterer, and everyone would be in there, subgroups or not, standing right on the foot of Shatterer, and they would just DPS rotation until it died. They never spread out and did the mechanics. They just DPS rotationed it. On NA, it's either not done at all, or when it is done, people like panic and they run around and they have to do the mechanic because the DPS isn't high enough. I'm not kidding. It is like absurd. And these maps that I'm joining on EU are just like random maps, right? But on NA, they're like, people have been like waiting there a while and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a travesty.
What now?
Yeah. Are you mentally prepared?
Of course I'm mentally prepared, bro. It's gonna be free.
All right, here you go. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you think it's absolutely hopeless and Teapot will break to the apathy.
I'm joining an Eparch group, Snap.
On EU?
On EU, yes. I will not interfere.
The map is full.
Speak.
Epic race to world's
Chad is
first
really
around
enjoying
it was a full-on community event in the game, which was a real treat, as such things are relatively rare in Guild Wars 2. Throw that together with an incredible thematic design and you've got one hell of an encounter. It's not directly related to the encounter design, but I have to bring this up. The Ceres thematic design is among my favorites in the game. Ceres
looks so
is a
good,
fool.
doesn't it?
He's never known real resistance before.
That's what the chat's saying, at least.
At their weakest. And by the time you fight him for real, you've turned the tables. He's also deeply.
What if we just
someone's spreading misinformation about WoW, and it's annoying me.
Perfectly.
Oh no, where?
Where?
Ceres is so much more interesting than Epoch, which is kind of sad, isn't it? Like the whole thing where like Ceres is like, you know, he's got the whole thing going on where he's like the insecure little brother and stuff like that. He's so much more interesting than Epoch, and like his design is so much cooler, and his boss fight is so much more epic.
Dude, Senior91 is sponsoring the stream with 25, hits the Prime sub, and then activates with the big epic animations and tier 1 subs. Thank you very much, Senior91. It's very kind of you. 26 total subs.
As much as I'd like
Actual
to,
Giga
I
Chad.
can't only talk about Ceres. I'm afraid we have to move on.
Okay, I'm talking about Dagda.
Cosmic Observatory normal mode
here we
is
go.
a
Okay, let's see how she
mediocre
reacts to
and
this.
somewhat
Look,
uninspiring
guys,
encounter
let's go
containing
multi-level
essentially
react.
disconnected mechanics
Guys,
that don't have
I'm
cohesion.
reacting!
Okay, so the thing about Dagda, it does kind of feel like random bullshit go. It does kind of feel like, hey,
I should make
here's
a
some mechanics
reaction
that we
to
put
your
together.
reaction.
The thing is, though, I don't even mind Dagda
how
that
deep
much.
can this go?
I think Dagda is actually like pretty alright if you're just like running the daily strikes or whatever. I even think the CM is actually like, I think Dagda CM is a solid addition to the game, but it doesn't live up to the old CMs. I do think it's actually kind of nice to have like a CM that's a bit easier.
I respect
and that's
this.
a bit
This
easier
is
for
a
like,
good
people
opinion.
to drop into.
Wait,
it does actually have
wait,
a pretty
what?
decent DPS
Wait,
check though
what?
for like random.
Golden Kappa train? What the hell is this, guys? We've got a special high train. Alka starts the high train with 5 gifts of relatability with the Prime. Guys, Golden Kappa train. If you get level, if you level up the high train, you will get the Golden Kappa.
I think it's alright.
Subscribe now.
I think it's okay to have like one CM that's really
Guys,
hard
we need some serious hype here. You will get the Golden Kappa. Everyone subscribe with tier 1 Prime. Hand over the money. Let's go.
Make me that excited to do the fight.
I want to see some big money dropping, guys. I want to see some very big money dropping now.
Everblade CM isn't even that hard, but I think it's fun.
Get the Golden Kappa.
The circles, the stuff with like the cross.
Vivi gifts a sub. He wants the Golden Kappa. Zays.
I always have a fun time with Everblade CM.
Already subbed gift subs, Trig.
But the thing with
it's time. Put some of that ADET salary to use.
It's just not as much fun.
Sneb, come and join this epoch on EU.
There was just a little bit more to it.
Oh, it's full.
I think
What?
Dagda is just like, hey, dodge the attack, and like if you fail the mechanic, it's not quite as exciting. Like.
Very Angry Man tier 1, very nice.
It feels a bit spongy, doesn't it? She has a lot of health, but
buy inner gems right now and I'll gift the sub. That's not even a good deal, bro.
I don't mind if a boss takes a long time.
Terrible trade deal.
Forever, and I don't find Sarah's.
Nordicron Z there with the Prime Golden Kappa, yes.
But on Dagda, there should all the time randomly.
I don't know why it's a Golden Kappa train, to be honest. I'm not totally sure.
And it doesn't.
Yo, Sneb, do you want to talk about how we're both on Twitch front page? On Jampi1's launch, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, now we're in this phase. Oh, now
yeah, you know, I
right?
made a few phone calls, sent a few
face
carrier
thing,
pigeons.
But it's just not
begged,
nearly as
pleaded, and I am on the Twitch front page. Apparently, I have no idea what that means, but I'm on the Twitch front page on August 20th. What's happening on August 20th?
I do think it's a
Janto Wild Snab. Also,
like
B Gomez, 5
Yes.
gifted subs. Scales gifts a sub. Guys, we're about to beat the height train record, apparently.
In my opinion, it's definitely.
That's kind of misinformation, to be honest. We have to get to level 8 to do that. We're only on level 6. It's kind of overselling it, if I'm being real here.
As good as some of the other strikes.
Yeah.
But whatever. I'm sure the challenge mode will be much better. Cosmic Observatory Challenge Mode was the worst
Anyway,
and most
I do have to
brutally
run, so good
disappointing
luck with
encounter
your boss fight
Yeah.
here. I mean, anything could happen.
We're gonna
Good
slam
luck with
it.
the reaction to the reaction to the reaction.
Oh wow, that is so.
Have a good time. and I
Will
will talk to
do.
you later.
Criticism.
See you later,
That
bro.
is some brutal.
Very nice.
I kind again. I kind of.
Thanks for the 101 bits, Alka, by the way.
The thing is though, like.
Keep the
you know,
scam
really
train
they
going,
say
guys.
they
I want to
need
see level
manage
7 scam train minimum. Let's go, yes?
For these strike CMs. The thing is, like, in the past,
Alright, I'm watching Lara's reaction.
Didn't communicate at all whether a strike CM was going to be an easy one or a hard one, right? They never quite mentioned whether we're getting Sarah's.
Ronald got it, very
It's
nice.
really hard and it's big proc and we're going to proc for a week. Or whether it's Dagda who dies first try. Where it feels like not a lot has changed since normal modes, right? It's like, well, she hits a bit harder. And that's mostly it. So, like, people's expectations are like, holy shit, we're gonna get something like Sarah's. We're gonna get something like Kaining CM. We're gonna get something like Averblades or Harvest Temple CM. And then we got Dagda CM.
Guru's unbanned. Nice.
They could have just fixed this by managing expectations. If they told us beforehand,
Could
like,
they,
yo,
though?
Dagda CM is going to be an easy one that's really accessible, but Sarah CM,
but it's
that's
not
the
good,
really
though.
tough one. Then it would have been fine. It would have been fine, but everybody's expectations were really high, and people were like, time for a big, exciting Harvest Temple challenge mode. We're going to proc. We're going to, like, have a world's first array. It died first try. I think that's a big part of the disappointments here. So I think, actually, in the future, this might be better, because now we have a new name. We now have legendary mode.
Yes.
So I think that makes it a little clearer, right?
That
like,
is true.
Is it the legendary mode?
That is a good point.
Then it's really hard. If it's not legendary mode, it's not that
But
hard.
they've
and you
also
shouldn't
set
expect it to be
themselves
that
up
hard.
here, because if the legendary mode
so
isn't
the thing
hard,
about
then it's
Dagda
bad,
is
right?
it's a pretty...
Guys, 1 minute to level up the height tray. We need like
kinda
50 more gifted
mediocre
subs.
fight. But
Make it
again,
happen.
it's
Call the oil
got
barons
released
in,
with
guys.
these
We
massive
need some oilers.
expectations because we didn't really know what to expect. So we expected something else, and then we got something else. So I don't disagree with Teapot here.
Posh Rosa Prime.
I see some people in the chat already being like, oh, Lara, you're wrong. But I don't disagree with what he's saying. I'm just explaining why this happened, right?
Oil up, guys.
so I
yes,
think
oil up, guys. It's time to lube up.
Despite not being a super
Alka gets
offensive
5
fight,
subs.
it
90. Oh, it's
suffered from lack of
96%
expectation
of the way there.
management, Really.
We're nearly making The it, challenge guys. mode added seemingly random and reused mechanics on
Also,
top of the
revelation in the
existing
chat.
ones without meaningfully changing
Sponsored
how
by
the fight
hashtag
plays out.
Alienware,
Area
hashtag
attacks
Dell,
that are placed
hashtag
randomly
Internet
where you
Cafe,
never really
hashtag
interact
Gamer,
with them,
hashtag
enemies
NA
during the
server.
intermission that do absolutely nothing but waste your time, and green circles that players need to stack in to survive, which could have been interesting, except the...
Yeah,
even Lara doesn't like this one.
The green circle thing is so questionable. They used like the tell where it's like there's too many, like there's arrows going out of it, but you can just stack them together. Honestly, this fight probably would have been a lot more interesting if the green circles.
Infinite next though with the 100 bits, alcohol 2 gifted subs. Level 7 hype train is now activated.
It would still feel a bit random though. Like, why are there green circles in this fight?
Dude.
But that
bro, this hype train shit is actual misinfo, bro. It says that it's nearly beating the last record. We need another 20 gifted subs.
Can be stacked, making the mechanic utterly pointless. A notable mistake that was fixed with a similar mechanic on Saras, by the way. It's actually hard to quantify how demoralizing this release really was.
Yeah.
The community was still coming off the high of some really great content in the previous expansion.
The previous strike CMs were so good, and then this one didn't live up to it at all. Like, you gotta imagine, we had really solid strike CMs. Like, I loved Averblades. I actually like Sunlight a lot too, even though Sunlight wasn't quite received as well. I really like Kaining. It was a bit buggy, but it was still, in my opinion, probably one of the best fights they released when it came out. Like Harvest Temple CM was awesome. Old Lions Court CM is actually amazing as well, in my opinion. That fight is really freaking good. I think it's actually one of the best designed fights in the game. I think the mechanics on that fight are super cool.
Old Lions Court is very solid.
Yeah, Dagda was a big step down for sure.
Get scammed, Trollkey. Chat, get scammed.
Absolutely savage awakening. Bear in mind that Ceres Challenge Mode released 3 months after Cosmic Observatory Challenge Mode, so things were looking incredibly bleak at this point. One important and more general point of criticism that I have to raise regarding strike missions.
I'm curious what she says about this, actually.
Quite problematic.
I think she'll agree with this.
There are only 2 difficulty options, normal and challenge mode. As you might imagine, this makes it very difficult to serve players of all experience
I'm so happy
levels.
Legendary mode is going to be a thing.
Without the masteries, I can't really do this
part
of the event.
Making it both quite a slog for newer players, but also still very easy and unengaging for veteran players. On the flip side, challenge mode, especially Ceres challenge mode, is quite brutal, and orders of magnitude harder than the normal mode, which is awesome for very sweaty players.
Honestly, both of these fights didn't do a super great job at that. Although, they made it a little bit better. They nerfed regular Ceres CM, which I think was a good move.
I think I actually
regular
say
Ceres
that.
CM is a lot easier
I think I also
now,
mentioned that.
and Legendary mode is still super hard, but Ceres CM has been nerfed a fair bit.
My criticism here is that I don't
This is
think
actually
the strike
embodiment of
missions
sin
serve
footage, by the way, guys.
entry-level and
I don't think anyone
mid-core
noticed, but this is
players
embodiment
well
of
at
sin.
all. And that's
I did
kind
not
of the
load my
point of
PFE from
difficulty
the
settings
kill,
to
but I
begin with,
put it here.
as of course that's where most players are. I do have high hopes.
Trollgeek gives us yo to Moonshine. Yeah, is he still in the game? Trollgeek actually.
Solid
Moonshine still
adjustments
play.
to Ceres challenge mode to make it a bit more approachable after its
This
release.
was actually quite nice.
And they have already confirmed the new raid in Janthea Wilds to have 4 difficulty settings per encounter, including the brilliant decision to add an open world.
Also, apparently it's even more. There's also going to be convergence.
I mean, that is true,
CM,
Mice, actually. That is true.
And there's going to be story
Just
mode
spam
as
dungeon.
well.
Okay.
The version as the easiest setting. At the other extreme,
I really like
each
this.
encounter will also have
I hope that they finally managed to address this thing.
Well, they fucking better had, otherwise
legendary
it's
mode,
over.
cranking it up to 11. So they've definitely learned their lesson in that regard.
I think so too.
There's a really cool story behind Legendary Mode too. Ceres was actually bugged on release and had far too much health.
Legendary Mode was kind of
fully
a
reducing it, the
happy
developers
little
decided
accident.
to keep a higher health version around alongside the intended version as a so-called Legendary Mode, even adding a special purple title for completing it. I think ArenaNet did a really good job handling that situation, and it's one of those mistakes into miracles moments where a bug shaped the course of the game.
She didn't notice the Zojagar reference. Guys,
you may have noticed that.
Honestly, we are so lucky that we had that bug because Legendary Mode didn't even exist before that, and now they're doing Legendary Mode for raids. I imagine that they
doesn't know.
kind of just started doing that because they saw the
You
positive
honestly hate
response
to see that.
to Ceres, right? So we should be really happy that that bug happened.
Yeah. A while back, I said Cosmic Observatory was the worst encounter in the game.
Here we go!
And, well, unfortunately, that's because the Lonely Tower Fractal was yet to come. I'm not going to go into full detail about exactly why the Lonely Tower Fractal isn't good. I have a full video on the topic that you can watch if you are interested. But the too long didn't watch is that Guild Wars 2 has lacked proper dungeon-style content for a long, long time. And although Lonely Tower isn't...
Yeah, we need content where you just go in and then you fight a couple of trash mobs, and then a boss, and then a couple of trash mobs, and then a boss.
Trollgeek gives a sub to Zebedeth. Also, golden kappas are being sent out, guys. Enjoy your golden kappas.
We need more.
Also, code.
To go back to that somewhat, it doesn't quite connect. To be frank, there simply isn't that much to talk about.
Dude, 52 subs. You guys are paying me today. What the hell?
Which
I
says
appreciate that,
something
gang.
on its own, I think.
So back on the stream grind now, so you better pay up.
Epoch is the end boss of the Lonely Tower Fractal, and very much like Cosmic Observatory, lacks intentionality, feeling much more like a collection of random attacks rather than a cohesive encounter. And that's very much the core problem.
Also, Zeb in the
boss
chat
does attacks from 100 to 0.
We need Zeb streams
no phases,
back. Let's go.
No change or anything combined with a sizable health pool creates an encounter that simply isn't fun. Things got even worse with the subsequent release of the challenge mode, which not only introduced some pretty
I got the
serious-
golden
Hey,
kappa.
look, it's me. I'm in the video.
That is true. You are the video.
Look, I'm in the video. Look,
mechanics,
look,
but was
Bottom
also tuned
DPS,
on
Lara,
release to the point where
exposed.
the only strategy players were using was exploiting a bug.
Hi, Snell,
and
thanks for
most
the prime.
players simply
Appreciate it.
avoided the fractal entirely and continued.
Yeah, oh, that was so painful. So they released the challenge mode for Lonely Tower, and it was just like basically impossible. And the only way people could get it was with a bug. That was actually quite bad.
I'm never in the video. Well, maybe you will be next time.
I was really disappointed by that because I was really excited to proc the challenge mode, and I was like, but I don't want to kill it with a bug.
I'd say so, yeah.
I want to do it
They
legit,
like
but it was
they
impossible
scale up,
to do it
so
legit.
tier 1 is like
They
super
have fixed
chill.
that now. And actually, like, Lonely Tower challenge mode is pretty doable now if you have the correct strategy. But yeah, that was painful. That was very painful.
Continue to do so.
Is it
even
easy?
after
Yeah, it's not
bug
that bad now.
fixes and nerfs. The offending mechanic is the addition of an intermission at 66%.
Lara was suffering on this yesterday, so
where you have
it's
to
fresh in her
close
mind.
portals
Let's see what
by
she says.
defeating large mini-bosses while preventing small enemies from reaching the boss, permanently empowering him if any make it. This isn't a bad idea in principle, but the issue is that if this happens, you cannot do anything to remove this empowerment. It's also very unclear how close the enemies can get before they get eaten, and it's not...
That is really the biggest issue with this fight. It's just so unclear with the little ads. Actually, I don't even hate the mechanic that much of like CCing the ads and like stalling them and stuff. But the fact that you cannot see when exactly he eats them is really not fun. Also, I really don't like that if you close the rift while the thingies are alive, he gets them. Like, that feels super weird as well. Yeah. Like, they can spawn right before you close it, and then he just gets a bunch of stacks. Yeah. I will say, though, actually, I think that this Fractal...
Look, it's Norris, guys.
If you have the right composition, and if you have the right strategy, it's actually... You can make it pretty trivial.
I'm surprised Zeb didn't play this,
I was in this group, right?
expansion more.
If you sort of
this is actual Zeb and Tenties moment.
Assign everybody properly, and you get like the builds that work quite well, and you make sure everybody's doing the strat.
We don't have
stuff,
subgroups yet.
It's not actually that difficult to do. I think we cleared it like 8 times in a row or something without like a single wipe. But it's still not very fun. It's still not very fun. People seem to think that like this Fractal CM is really freaking difficult. I don't think it's actually that difficult. I think it's really just a matter of having the right build and the right strat.
This is the correct take.
You can make it pretty trivial if you have
it's
the right strat.
It's not actually that hard. It's just not that much
You know, it's
fun.
not just about that. It's also about like whether it is fun. And I don't think it is a lot of fun. I don't think it is a lot of fun.
Dude, even that's Dark Lara, guys. That's actually Dark Lara. When Lara says it's not fun, it's like the worst thing ever added to the game. Holy fuck. Wait.
That it's crazy difficult, which isn't really necessarily true. But it's not a lot of fun. It's not a lot of fun.
Not that far, even at the best of times, because of how small the arena is. Sometimes the enemies ignore immobilize and just keep going anyway. And sometimes even if you kill them, the boss eats them anyway. And if you finish the intermission by killing the large enemies, then closing the portals, but the small enemies are still alive, sometimes the boss gets empowered anyway. The empowerments are also designed in such a way that if the boss does get empowered, the fight will become incredible.
Like, it's so annoying that most of them aren't even that important, but if he gets envy, you're just dead, basically.
Yeah,
I don't like the design of that at all.
Enjoy
annoying.
And there's nothing you can do about it. It's just like, oh, he got envy, might as well GG. That doesn't feel fun, right? You want to have a way to come back. You want to like either what you don't want to be in a seat where you're like, well, we could try, but we're probably gonna die anyway. It's not very fun.
You'll constantly have all positive buffs on yourself corrupted, and so many negative effects applied to you that you won't be able to play the game. And it's not super practical to avoid these attacks because you have to constantly move around, inevitably walking over damaging lines to collect orbs, so the boss doesn't get even more empowered, and that will mean you will inevitably get hit and brutally destroyed. I want to be very clear here. The problem is not that the fight is hard. In its
Haha, I agree with this. Again, the issue isn't that it's difficult. A lot of people seem to think it is like super impossible. I saw this Reddit post last week while I was on holiday.
Saying that it's impossible.
Somebody wrote like a Reddit post. It was something like, how difficult is it actually still that hard? And then somebody wrote, well, if you have the right strat and the right build, it's quite easy. And then someone else was like,
how dare you say that? I think I saw the same thread. Yeah, I saw the same
disingenuous. I don't think the fight is actually that difficult. But it's not that fun. That's the thing.
Post-nerf state with the right strategy is actually quite easy. One of the easiest challenge modes.
Exactly. I think if you have the right strat, it's actually way easier than silent surf. I big time agree with what Teeple is saying here.
I want to be very clear here. The problem is not that the fight is hard. In its post-nerf state with the right strategy, it's actually quite easy. One of the easiest challenge mode fractals, in fact. The problem is that the mechanics are not particularly fun to interact with.
I 100% agree with this take. 100%.
Finicky and buggy, and if anything starts to go wrong, you can't really recover and often end up wiping or resetting.
Yeah, exactly. People exaggerate. Yeah, there was somebody in this Reddit thread I was talking about. There was somebody who wrote, Lonely Tower Challenge mode is on the same
wait, what are you
level
saying?
as
You're saying that it's like
legendary.
Yeah, dude, someone actually did say that, by the way. Someone compared F to Ceres.
You just need to have the right strat. That's the
Someone did say that.
The encounter. I just recorded the segment and realized I said I wasn't going to go into detail about Epoch and then proceeded to do so immediately. I think that happened because Epoch is probably the only release in Guild Wars 2's history that made me a bit angry with how not good it is, so I can't resist talking about it.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Epoch's design managed to deflate the community after the glorious Ceres challenge mode, and has very unfortunately
It's so sad. They nailed Ceres challenge mode so hard, and then like they dropped the ball.
Look, I'm so reasonable. Lara's forced to agree with me.
Is it easier or harder than Nightmare CM? I would say
it's harder than Nightmare CM. Well, actually,
Lonely Tower lands at roughly the same difficulty as Sunqua, I would say. It's significantly easier than Silent Surf, and it's significantly less punishing than that. But I would say it's harder than like Nightmare and Shatters.
Yeah.
I think it's about the same level as Sunqua, personally.
But
again, the thing about this fight is that it's hard to have a conversation about the difficulty because it's about the strat, right? If you have the right strat and you have the right classes and the right builds, it's quite easy. But if you don't, then the fight feels basically impossible. So there's all these people who are saying like, oh my gosh, Lonely Tower is the hardest Fractal ever. It's just as hard as Febe. Which I understand, because it feels like that if you go in with the wrong comp and you go in with the wrong strat.
Yeah.
If you go in with the right comp and the right strat, you trivialize the whole thing.
Snake.
So like that's the thing, right? It feels crazy.
We're nearly at the end of the video. We're nearly at the end.
Unless if you play the strat that trivializes the whole thing. So like that makes it difficult to talk about the difficulty. A lot of people say that it's really hard. They just haven't like done the correct the comp and strat we know is like the way to do it.
Over the future of not only Fractals, but encounter design in general in Guild Wars 2. And I hate to say it, but I don't exactly blame people for being worried.
If the right strat, I still can't be... Oh, you're referring to yesterday? I mean, yesterday we weren't really doing the right comp, though. Our comp we were running yesterday was like not really the comp you probably...
Not gonna lie, I'm gonna say it.
Definitely made it.
The reason Lara was wiping
yesterday I myself
is because people were not pumping.
Optimistic.
Okay? Their comp was fine.
As a final side note, Epoch also suffers from the opposite of one of Ceres's greatest strengths. The thematic elements are mediocre. The boss has no voice lines during the encounter, remaining
it feels
entirely
way
silent,
less epic
and
than
the
Ceres.
arena is also not particularly exciting by comparison. As a final note, one thing that's notably absent from boss design in Secrets of the Obscure are proper tanking mechanics. The strike mission bosses are fixed in place, and this does lead to them feeling less dynamic than they otherwise could.
Really.
It's a shame too.
Most of the bosses just kind of chill in the center, don't they?
Yes.
Ceres's walking animation.
No, guys, look,
very imposing.
I'm gonna leak this. I am gonna do a full reaction. Anyone who reacts to my review, I will react to them reacting. Like that is gonna happen. I am going to react. I will do a full reaction to Lara's reaction video. Because I'm really interested what other people have to say. So obviously I want to see what they say. What I've got to say on encounter design and the gameplay of Secrets of the Obscure. Needless to say, a bit of a mixed bag.
Conclusion.
In my opinion, ArenaNet have not yet demonstrated.
This is a very brutal line. Let's see what she says.
The same level of quality and quantity that players expect, and they certainly have
is she going to address that? That's a really brutal line.
Wilds.
Yeah.
Oh.
The thing about Solo is, I think partially it made me believe in the model, though. Like with certain things, stuff like Ceres being in there, stuff like the Wizard's Vault being in there, stuff like the expansion launch, which are quite
Relic
enjoyed.
of the Sorcerer.
But then there were
Relic
also
of the Breaker.
a couple of moments where like, the ball was dropped.
Guys,
So
do we
like,
deplete? Do we deplete to Epoch? Thoughts?
Post, right? The way that the story was.
Wait, isn't this the big
stuff
thief
like
pumper
Lonely
guy?
Tower, stuff like Dagda challenge mode.
Oh no.
So I think mixed bag is probably the right word. There were things I really liked about Soda, like Ceres and the base story, but there are also things that disappointed me.
That's a good sign, maybe.
A good characterization.
ArenaNet agreed in a retrospective blog post that some parts of the expansion were not where they wanted them to be, and I'm very much hoping that they're able to refine their development strategy and make it work. I really want to see ArenaNet succeed in this because I have a lot of respect for Josh Davis, who is the current game director, and indeed for all the developers at ArenaNet. I do think that their new strategy is a very good one. It makes a lot of sense to sustain the game going forward.
Area
it's
stats
all just going to come down to
what area
execution.
stats is it?
Ah, there we go. Those are all of my many thoughts on Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure. It's certainly an interesting point in the game's journey, and I'm full of a cautious optimism for the Janthir Wilds.
Josh the
beyond.
Breaker, Grouch
Davis.
Davis.
He
has like 2 extra names
now. From what went wrong in Secrets of the Obscure, then I think it should work out very, very well. We'll see how well that sentiment ages very soon. Be sure to leave a comment telling me how unbelievably right I am about everything. Like the video, and be sure to leave a comment telling me how unbelievably right I am about everything.
Help me, I'm trapped in Teeple's basement and he's forcing me to play Fractals all day.
Like the video and subscribe for more. You could even buy Guild Wars 2 using my referral link.
Don't use Lara's!
Review of the Go watch every other video I've ever made, follow all the social media, and tune in to my streams where I reenact this video live on a daily basis. This type of content is what I really enjoy making over here on YouTube.
I think we're good, actually. Wait! If you like it, who is this? Count.
Over to my
wait.
Patreon, where you can get
what?
early access to what's
wait, who is this? Who the
stuff,
fuck is Count Depletula?
Wait, everyone still fits on the screen. Thanks for watching.
Who are you?
I'll see you next time.
Wait, where is this person?
Honestly, this was a pretty fantastic video.
Oh, it's this guy. It's this guy.
I feel like it's sort of
it's
like
the same guy who posted the log, like the virtuoso
everything.
log.
You know, I think a lot of people would have gone on like a massive rant or a glowing everything is awesome thing. You know, I think people did a fantastic job
that
here
is a good
at
name.
keeping this like.
Dude, look at this dead like 50k
like
DPS, bro. Actually crazy. Literally 50k DPS.
Like praising the things that went.
Oh, and
well,
Nitro.
also,
Dude,
like,
that's a good name actually. Function Nitro. I like that. That's good.
The design of the way the maps look and stuff like that.
Is that Connie Daredevil? I think so. Yeah, it's Connie Daredevil.
Yeah, it was very fair, I think.
Probably using the malice thing as well to get more condition damage.
And I pretty
because you can get like bonus damage here.
Like, well,
so what they're probably doing is they're just juicing themselves up, right, with the empowerments.
95% of this. So that was kind of cool. That was fun. Big shout out to people for letting me react to this. Make sure you go watch the actual video and go subscribe and all that stuff. Do not use Teeple's referral link though. You should use my referral link.
Whoa. Okay, all right. I revoke permission. I'm shutting this down. We got to shut this down, guys.
But let me throw this.
What's this from Dexerto? What do we got?
Chat real quick. Go check it out, y'all. Big shout outs.
Blizzard's World of Warcraft team is unionizing. That's actually pretty cool to hear.
You can go follow Teeple's channel as well.
That could be like a really cool thing that
that was good though.
Blizzard could actually contribute to the games industry.
That was just very, very high quality video in my opinion.
Game Makers Guild Union, interesting. That's actually a bit of a landmark thing, actually, no? For the games industry.
Puts, like, the past year kind
dude, Blizzard is Blizzard actually based again?
And all the
wait,
the patches and the launch. Of the
is Blizzard actually based?
I'm very curious to see what's gonna happen in Janfair. Right? I think
that's
people
pretty
has
cool,
to make
actually.
A similar, like, big retrospective once Janfair's done, and I'm very curious to see like what has changed here.
Always was. Were they though?
Faith that like a lot of
were they though?
In Janfair. Like for example, when we're talking about like the strike.
Man, like the 50k DPS is absolutely carrying it. Holy shit!
Structuring the raids with all the different difficulty settings and stuff will address all of that stuff. I think that also, you know, the fact that they've talked about the way that they want to do the story, like they did this retrospective blog post, right?
Well, I mean, they definitely did, yeah.
The Soda story and stuff. That actually gives me a little of hope that they'll like pace it a little bit better this time. Like I said, I thought base Soda was quite good, but like post Soda couldn't quite keep that up. But they seem to be very much aware, so I hope that next time they manage to stick the landing a little bit more with post-Janfair. Hey, yo, Worm Cultist, thank you so much for your follow. And for the Prime! Massively appreciate that. Thank you so much. Also, Holy Stew Knights, thank you for the follow
Subscribe with Twitch Prime.
What shoes are those in your NG? These are the... What are they called? Martial Artist Foot Wraps. From like...
Yeah, my GPU just, Oh boy. Oh, wait, is this actually it? Wait, is it actually dead? Huh. Yeah, that's a no signal. That's no signal.
Okay. Oh, we back? Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back in. Wait. Oh, my game. Fuck, I missed. I'm going to miss Epoch. No.
Video that I actually liked a lot. It's like one of my favorite videos on the.
Don't worry, guys. I do know how to fix
channel.
the audio. It's because
like
of because I'm using
should play Ghost
voice
2
meter.
Final Fantasy 14. This should you play? This video actually got a fair amount of views. It's got like 47k. This is probably one of my favorite videos I've done on my channel.
Big.
I want to make more content like this.
Dude,
genuinely,
you know,
I think
you should say
people did a fantastic job here.
both the games are complete
solid
dog
script,
shit.
I was
Don't play
engaged
either of them.
the
That's the
whole
only
time.
right answer.
That
I feel like.
like play bar did not feel like a
Can I make it back in?
spongy health bar. Time kind of flew watching this. That was actually pretty fun. Isn't that's critically acclaimed? Oh yes, exactly. Oh, thank you for sharing that, J1. Let's go. Dawn Trail versus Jennifer Walls.
Spare GB account actually
Who
dies.
knows? I'm kind of curious to see what the
maybe.
response on Jennifer Walls will be like. I think so far I'm really optimistic because of like the feature sets, right? Like stuff like the raids coming back, stuff like housing, land spears. My hopes for
I need to
Jennifer Walls are
queue.
really, really high.
Oh no,
We'll have to
dude,
see how
I'm
this
fucked.
works out, you
It's
know?
actually over.
Yeah, pacing was definitely quite good. I think T-Bolt went through a bunch of different iterations with this video. You know, just like going back and being like, hey, I still need a bit more to like change this part a bit. And I think it definitely showed. This definitely felt like a video that had been in the making for quite a while. Definitely one of the best Kilters 2 videos I've seen in quite a while.
That is true,
That was
actually.
a good watch for sure. So yeah, shout out. Go follow T-Bolt, everybody.
Yeah, you should.
Can't wait to only ever be in my homestead decorating 24/7. Let's go, me too. Alright, I guess this kind of wraps up our React content.
React. Well, guys, I'm not getting in. It feels bad. But it is what it is, you know? Sometimes you just don't make it in. I enjoy that you can't get into the map. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can't get into the map, and this is one of those times. I mean, it is. It's just one of those times, guys. You gotta, you win some, you lose some. You definitely do. Ever got wait, he has 15 stacks? Wait, I guess like nobody was doing the essence then, or the rifts.
Good. Will be all.
Question, sir, if I may.
Table leaves an epoch instantly wins. Maybe I just took other people out with me. Let's see. Farak with the wild outplay. Let's take a look.
Assignment, sir.
Let's see what happens here.
Tell you what, soldier. They ask
Holy shit! What a bug!
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What is this? Boom! He just kills all of them. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There's the breath. So for clarity, guys, it's supposed to go, you can see the telegraph there in the middle. It's supposed to be in the middle of the arena, right? But for some reason, like, the boss shouldn't even be here. Why is the boss still here? The boss is supposed to be, like, not there right now. It's supposed to be in the air, basically. But for some reason, because the boss is still down, it, like, snapped him to a different position. He just goes across and, like, one-shots everyone. Yeah, I mean, dude, like, yeah, it looks cool, though. It looks fucking cool. Holy shit. I mean, look at this thing. Right? Look at that. Boom. Farak just destroys you. State of Fire on pre-patch? Wait, what is that? 280k DPS? Bro, this is hopeful. He's sandbagging, dude. You fucking know he's sandbagging, bro. Okay, like, he's sandbagging hard as fuck right now. Tindril is Goku. See what we got going on here.
Dragon riding
Yep.
button, so I just pressed the slow down one.
Save ya.
He's in the
range no.
What? Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. Tomorrow's gonna be fun, guys. It's gonna be good. He's like fully out of range, and that's unfortunate. You know, that's you hate to see it. I mean, that's not ideal. Honestly based. I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, they just don't want melee players to do damage. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm actually going to raid Lara. I'm doing a shorter stream today because I'm a bit tired, a bit worn out. Back tomorrow, yes? How do everybody get something to go down in the fight channel as soon as it happens with DBS resets? I don't think you can. I think it's just random, right? I'm raiding Lara. Enjoy the content. Follow, subscribe. Watch the Soto review, guys. Buy Guild Wars 2 using... Wait. Oh, yeah, my bot stopped working because my entire fucking machine died. Okay. Well, I mean, that's unfortunate, isn't it? But yeah, subscribe, follow, buy the games in my referral. Follow me on Twitter. Guys, retweet this tweet, okay? Retweet the tweet. It's the tweet for the Soto review. Let's go. Like the video, share the video. Enjoy it. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to do some Zero to Hero stuff tomorrow, guys. Zero to Hero gaming. And... yeah, there you go. Boom. And probably some WoW as well. Yeah, we're doing WoW raid. And it's going to be bugged and it's going to be fun. Enjoy. All right, that's it for now. I'll see you all next time, okay? Cheers, gamers. I'm out. Also, thanks for all the subs. It was like 70 subs today. Let's do that every day, okay? I want to see a level 7 hype train every day, guys. Yo! Oh, we're not raiding angels? Ah, well, we'll figure it out. Okay, all right. I'll be back tomorrow. Boom.